Hej igen.
Hej, hallå,
Hallå.
hallå.
Hello. Spelar du rollspel?
You do the thing once.
I'm ready to start. They're starting pre-games now.
Okay, perfect.
All right, everybody, we're back. It took some time to start this game because they had some disconnections with the Mulligans, but we have Espen, Thrasius, Rograk, probably I'm guessing a polymorph deck, drawing a card for turn, and the game is on. We have a command tower land drop into a Bird of Paradise. Followed up with a Mana Crypt and a pass.
Okay. All right. A lot of mana being deployed.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. We have kept the first or second 7 on Malcolm Kedis, and then we have a
Mystic
Dawnwaker
Remora from Ignacy, also known as Tremnik on Tymna and Kram.
Yeah. This is a Remora that can go either way, right? Hopefully we have something else to do than the Remora, because like in this pod, Dawnwaker can play their mana dorks. They can. It could be the case that they just go land and then Birds of Paradise pass.
Yeah,
And Samurai Dancer doesn't necessarily need to be going super
he might
hard.
feed it once with like a crypt into Malcolm, potentially.
Yeah, basically. Like the Jewel Lotus mana crypt type hands, is what they're looking for, right?
But last yet you
Yeah.
explained we have a fetch land into an Noble Hierarch, not feeding the Mystic Remora from Baal, playing Bruce
Mm-hmm.
Thrasius, passing the turn afterwards. So yeah, you could be a game where we're not feeding the fish so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We also have, like the last game we looked at, we had a very explosive pod with everyone basically on Dockside Tribal. And here, even more so, because we're having 2 green decks that run Dockside. So we're
Yeah.
definitely going to see a very explosive game. And not anyone being quite out of it, even though they might have been blown out at some point, being
Yeah.
kind of incognito for a while and then just exploding out of nowhere. Very
Malcolm
scary
Kedis
pod.
is casting a gamble by exiling a Simian Spirit Guide from his hand. So question now is this red entomb number 2? I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
might
call it
be.
right now. Mana Crypt being discarded.
I think. Oh, is it Minor Crypt actually? Because
I
like,
think that's what he's going for. Yeah,
uh-huh, it could be the
maybe.
case. It could also be a Mystic Remora now that the other player has a Mystic Remora. So we having the
I don't think
Remora when
he's
there's
so.
no Mystic Remora on the board is like it's okay. But if there's another Mystic Remora, you're about to draw some cards, right? Because they want to deploy all the cards that they have drawn and convert it into mana.
Yeah,
Um, So I think it could actually just be a Remora, and then you have 2 lands to maximize or to minimize the chances of this being a red entomb, and then playing the land, playing the Remora. Um,
yeah.
but yeah, usually what you want to do in fourth seat is like the dockside seat usually. So not sure if it's actually the Remora or if I would have maybe held off on the gamble to
So we're gonna
get into a
randomize
top
the
side, maybe.
gamble here by rolling a die. We're rolling a 4 from the die and discarding a Cyclonic Rift to the graveyard from the
Oh,
gamble.
a classic. We've
Probably
seen
not
this
what he
before.
searched for.
Oh, probably not. Probably not. It's either Mana Crypt or Remora here. Depending on what the hand says they should do, it's like, it's
He's
a
playing
Mana Crypt.
Volcanic Island into Mana Crypt, post gamble.
Yeah, deploying the Malcolm and then trying to get out the Kettis on the following turn.
And Malcolm and
Uh,
pass. Nice.
yeah.
It is
It's
now
so
Thrasius
strong.
Rograk's
Like,
turn 2. Drawing a card, not losing life to the Mana Crypt.
mhm.
I think it was the Mana Crypt he found there. I think he wanted to have a turn 1 commander.
Yeah, for sure.
Finding a volcanic
That was
island from
kind
a
of
Misty Rainforest. And using that to cast a Thrasius.
mm-hmm.
Playing around that Mystic Remora.
Yeah, it's kind of a slow, sluggish pod that we have here. It's about to get very grindy up until the point where all of these players have assembled like the big payoff plus the dockside, and we're gonna see this pod just
Yeah.
being put upside down at some point. But
Tymnacrom is paying for the fish, playing a Plato, and passing the turn to ball the Bruce Thrasius player.
classic move, just Passios Thrasios. So what did they say? They say that, right? That's what they say.
Yes, Thrasius Passius, except that it's a Tymnacrom passing.
Oh yeah.
We need a passing on the Tymnacrom or the pass to the fish.
Oh yeah. Well,
Fishy
what would be a
pass.
good word for that?
No idea.
Fishios.
I
No,
think we
it's
have
not.
some problems with the connection. We had some disconnects during mulligans, and this is why this game started a little bit slower. I think I can see some disconnections on the hand waving there. They're testing the disconnection basically by waving the hand back and forward just to see if there is an internet connection problem here.
Mm-hmm. So, do you want to talk a little bit about this matchup? How you would like say we're Dawn Waker here. What do you think about this matchup and this seat and what we're seeing here?
I want to find my dockside fast,
Right, right.
literally. I think like
Mm-hmm.
dockside into Emil or various ways of that. Like we already
Yeah.
have 2 crypts and it's probably gonna increase. Bruce Thrasius is finding a land with a misty rainforest and casting Thrasius, not feeding the fish. And plays a
Mm-hmm.
bird of paradise with the noble hierarch. I think this is a okay game playing Thrasius here currently, considering we're playing around the fish basically.
Yeah. Oh, I'm looking at the deck list, by the way, for the Thrasius Rogue player, and it's actually not a polymorph build. They're
Hmm.
leaning more towards um, just the general value of having Rogue in the command zone and like a more of a good cards type build. Um, we have all these infinite mana outlets with the we have Keenan Basalt in here, and we have a Consecrated Sphinx,
Yeah.
almost looking like a little bit of a wild pile, but we have the Hullbreaker Horror, but we don't have the polymorph for it,
Yeah.
I believe. Um, also
Malcolm Kedis
see.
is cracking a fetch land, polluted delta, and loses the mana crypt flip.
Mm-hmm.
I think at that point, if you're playing Thrasius Rograk and not playing Polymorph, you might as well just swap out Rograk for Bruce.
For Bruce, you think?
Yeah, just gain more
It's
colors.
interesting. Yeah, it's
Or
it's
Vile
one of those
Smasher for other
things.
colors.
I believe that it was the limited player Sam Black that started doing this type of build with Rogue Thrasios, leaning away towards
Yeah.
or leaning away from the polymorph effects and just started doing general good stuff things with that
After
archetype.
finding Steam Vents with his fetch land, he's casting Kedis and then going to combat with Malcolm. This is gonna do the typical Kedis Malcolm trick where he connects at one player but deals damage to all other 2 players, generating a total of 3 treasures with the Kedis trick.
The Kedis trick, the good
The
old
Kedis
Kedis.
trick.
And yeah, this is a situation where I wouldn't say I'm terrified of, but it's a situation where I feel uncomfortable in, because like it's runs so many win cons and so many value engines that it's not on my radar of CDH cards, you know? It's one of those
Yeah.
things that I don't know how to interact some of the time when I'm playing against it.
It's a weird
Uh,
deck, and that can make it tricky to interact with, yes.
for sure, for sure. I'm more comfortable playing against T and K, where they play the old-fashioned stuff.
Land drop from Thrasius Rograk? I don't know the land, though. We're tapping a lot of mana here. And a Consecrated Sphinx!
Oh, we see the Consecrated Sphinx. Man, this is the perfect pod for it. There's so many, like, there's so many red elemental blasts here in this pod.
Yeah,
so
it's
hopefully we get
easy to
resolve it,
kill,
but
potentially.
it
Like,
could
so
be the
far,
case.
we haven't really fed the fish one bit. We've basically just casted creatures, more or less. But this is gonna be an enormous value engine unless someone can get rid of it. And it could easily take over the match.
What is that card?
I think that's a Born Upon the Wind. I did hear a Born Upon the Wind.
Interesting. Yeah.
But in response, we're casting a Born Upon a Wind from Tymna Kraum just to basically draw a card here before the Consecrated Sphinx is in play.
Yeah. Yeah, this is.
But the Consecrated Sphinx resolves and he attacks with Thrasius.
So, Consecrated Sphinx on the board. This is very crucial point in the game, right? Because
yes, this could be the MVP of the match if this sticks together. Like, this is a potential win con if they don't remove it, and this game doesn't change from this point basically, and no one is winning yet.
Yeah, I'm looking at the TNK players' deck lists, and they do run both Fimage and Flesh Duplicate in their deck. So
we have a response to solve the Consecrated Sphinx, an Odawara from Malcolm Kedis, sending the big Consecrated Sphinx back to his hand before Tymna Kraum gets to draw his card for a turn.
Interesting.
And that just basically put the game back to where it was a moment before, instead of having it explosive. Tymna Kraum pays for Mystic Remora and draws a card for turn.
Yeah, that's a very crucial bounce there. If that sticks for an entire turn cycle, we're gonna have a bad time as a player without the clone effect, right?
Yeah. Or cloning that thing is very scary because then it becomes a 1 versus 1. Volcanic Island as a land drop from Tymna Kraum. And then he just pass, playing the control game now that Consecrated Sphinx is gone. He is sitting on the card draw engine that so far haven't drawn that many cards, but things could change as hand size are still pretty good. Hallowed Fountain from Bruce Thrasius, land drop. Now he has 5 mana to basically activate Thrasius or start develop more value engines. 5 cards in his hand. He has a lot of different potential actions in theory. However, listening to the table talk, he's speaking a little bit like, what could we do here? Evaluating his options. Doesn't sound that confident.
Yeah, we see the typical thing here with the Mystic Remora in the green pod that we talked about earlier. That Mystic Remora could go either way. We could see just them playing their creatures and developing nothing of value to you as a fish player, right? It's
here is what we talked about before. Dockside Extortionist. Everyone pass on the dockside. An ETB trigger. Let's see if they do anything here. Malcolm Kedis is
Yeah.
sacrificing his treasures, reducing the treasure total count,
Okay.
making it
Okay.
generate a total of 3 treasures. So 2 mana to generate 3 treasures, but also get rid of 2 treasures from Malcolm Kedis.
So this dockside is very interesting, right? Because the same thing as we were discussing about the consecrated sphinx, that we're playing all these decks that have clone effects. We're playing like
Yes.
Malcolm Kedis
Yes.
have every single clone effect in the game, and the TNK player
Absolutely.
plays 2 clone effects. So sticking a dockside on the board that's not really accelerating you towards a win can be a game-throwing move right now.
Yeah.
But
After
there's
dockside, we're following up with a Seedborn Muse. This is another potential game-changing moment because this is going to be a huge value engine with the amount of mana the Bruce Frasus player is sitting in play with. Now, Consecrated Sphinx could come into play on Frasus Rograx next upcoming turn, but before that, we're going to have some potential Seedborn Muse activations together with Frasus if this gets to stick. The question is also now, how are people going to prioritize things considering the potential board state that Consecrated Sphinx could come back? He's also increasing his mana production by casting a Soul Ring post Seedborn Muse. This is gonna trigger Mystic Remora. The sequence here was kinda key because he wanted to decrease the amount of potential interaction that the Mystic Remora could have had by casting Soul Ring after the Seedborn Muse.
Yeah, sequence is key when you're playing against Mindbreak Trap, right?
Absolutely key.
So we know we kind of know at this point that there is no Red Elemental Blast from the TNK player, right? Because they would have used it on the Consecrated Sphinx on the earlier turn. So they would have had to draw into it. So we are kind of safe from that thing, allowing us to go into our next turn with a Thrasios on the board still.
Yeah. Frasus is actually attacking at Tymna and Crom for 1 damage, but it's also going to untap together with the rest of his mana and lands if Seedborn Muse gets to stay.
It's actually 2 damage because of the Noble Hierarch.
Correct. Correct. Exalted.
And notably, Commander damage.
Is
also
a thing.
Yeah.
True. You never know.
It out. Yeah. Never know.
There could be a final devastation there eventually, just making it huge.
That's true. Oh yeah, that's actually relevant. Yeah, it could be. Probably not, but you know.
Yeah. They're currently speculating, talking like about how big of a threat Seedborn Muse currently is, including the discussion around how scary Consecrated Sphinx is. The thing is here that Seedborn Muse will make the Consecrated Sphinx even more scary if it both gets to stick. So interacting a tiny bit with Seedborn Muse is actually interacting with Consecrated Sphinx, making the appeal to destroy the Seedborn Muse a little bit potentially more. On the other hand, in general, Consecrated Sphinx will draw more cards.
Yeah, it's like it's interesting because the Consecrated Sphinx is kind of working in Dawnwaker Thrasios' favor here.
A bit, yes.
Because of the fact that it's scarier than the Seedborn Muse, right?
In theory, yes. They're still talking about if they should destroy how Seedborn Muse and things.
For sure. So if you have a single point, if you have only one source of interaction for either of these two, you want to kill the Consecrated Sphinx over the Seedborn Muse, right? And the reason is twofold actually, because the Consecrated Sphinx allows the other players to basically clone it, and the Seedborn Muse doesn't really allow you can't really clone it unless you're the Thrasios player. That's the only person who can
that's
clone
a good
it,
point,
and
but I
are gonna play as
still think that they might
right?
clone Dockside here.
So, and the other thing is that yeah, if the Consecrated Sphinx is on the board, then the Seaborn Muse becomes like very in comparison, it's not as threatening, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, interesting to see. I would like to know. Do you hear any politicking going on? What they're talking
No,
about
they are kind of done.
regarding this?
So the turn goes to Malcolm Kedis, where both Seedborn and Malcolm gets to untapped, and we have a crypt roll.
Looks like it was solved though. So
It resolved, yeah. Seedborn Muse is in play.
Okay, interesting.
He takes damage and draws a card for his turn.
So right now we only have one Thrasios activation, but we're one land drop away.
Yeah,
from
I mean we're finding more lands. Yes, one land and then you have two suddenly next phase. Samurai is playing a class of heroes, which have been an MVP, well, kind of MVP before.
For sure.
Then we are attacking with both Malcolm and Kedis, generating free treasures with a Malcolm trick.
So right now, as we can kind of rule out the clone effect from Samurai Dancer, because if I was Samurai Dancer, I wouldn't necessarily have thrown down the Otavara on the Consecrated Sphinx if I was sitting on like a Phyrexian Metamorph or a Flesh Duplicate or whatever. I would have basically let it stick and then have my own Consecrated things, right?
Malcolm Kedis is actually casting Imperial Recruiter post-combat. He has a bunch of options here. He can find a clone effect to clone the Dockside with a Phantasmal Image, or he can find Glinthorn Buccaneer to basically produce the combo attempt next turn. He can also find his own Dockside.
Yeah, there's multiple options here, depending on what they have, right? Because you can find like, I don't know, you can find the Displacer Kitten, and you can cast cast in instant or sorcery to trigger and flicker the Imperial Recruiter, get the Dockside, and then you can play the Dockside and maybe go from there. But let's see what they find here. It really depends on what they have in hand as of currently.
Yeah. Another great potential option is to find Magda, Brazen Outlaw, because next turn he will have enough treasures to activate Magda and find Niv Mizzet Parun. Because how this game is going, we are putting Valiance into play, and if you're finding something like a combo piece like Glinthorn here, you could become the target and then the Valiance gets to stay. So finding your own Valiant that could be viewed weaker compared to a Consecrated Sphinx, it could survive. However, he's finding Fairy Mastermind. That is also a pseudo Valiant in considering the card draw that people are going to do. I kind of like that choice, actually. Because Consecrated Sphinx is going to draw cards here, basically. Right?
I'm sorry, I cut out for a second, but I'm
back
no. Now.
Welcome back. Don't worry.
Thank you.
He found the Fairy Mastermind if you missed that.
I did miss that. Yeah. Okay. Wait, Fairy Mastermind?
It's a good choice here, considering that the fact that if Consecrated Sphinx comes into play, it is literally drawing. Well, it's also gonna generate mana triggers for Consecrated Sphinx, I guess, but still.
Yeah. I guess, yeah.
It actually makes Consecrated Sphinx scarier when I think about it.
Yeah. It does, right? It does. Yeah. I assume that the table talk got them the information that they are able to deal with the Consecrated Sphinx somehow, right?
Maybe.
Perhaps. Fair Mastermind is an interesting choice, though, because
I think I think finding a combo piece here, considering that there are big Valiants into play, and if the combo fails, you have basically made sure that the value engine stays, and then it could be a very annoying game. So a way to potentially deal with that is to basically just try to value engine yourself.
Mm-hmm.
The second level, better way to deal with that is to find something like a Grand Abolisher, but you can't really.
Wait, there's the
We have a
red blast.
Thrasius activation on the stack, but in response to the Thrasius activation, we have a red elemental blast that's trying to destroy the Thrasius, basically making that the Seed Bomb use Thrasius doesn't get to do its thing. However, this also means that we're losing the red elemental blast against the potential Consecrated Sphinx that is coming up potentially soon.
Very interesting. Okay. Do you think there's a world where they talked to the Thrasios Rogue player and communicated the fact that they had the red blast, so
Yeah.
they were only going to cast it on the Thrasios to stop them?
Yeah. I just want to explain one thing that happened here pretty fast before we move too fast. The Thrasios activation resolves finding an Alfetto Alchemist, which is basically a 2-mana cost mana dork. And then the turn goes to Thrasios Rograk. This game is taking a very high pace, actually.
It is. There's so many scary points.
Yeah. This is how it looks like when you don't have a Rule of Law in play.
I know, right? That's crazy. Oh, we have Gilded Drake. Oh, that's gonna take the Seedborn Muse, right?
Yes. We don't have a Consecrated Sphinx from the Thrasios Bruce. We have a completely different take. We're going Gilded Drake. Now, Thrasios Rograk is still playing Thrasios, so taking Seedborn Muse here is just equalizing the same thing.
Wow.
This is also not tapping out, because casting Consecrated Sphinx here means that he can't protect his Seedborn Muse when he's trying to pass to his end step.
Very interesting, because like at the same time, the Consecrated Sphinx would be much better than the Seedborn Muse, right?
Yes, but he can
If we
fight
just
for it.
resolve.
If Gilded Drake does, well, on the other hand, Ball would probably have used his interaction to deal with the Red Elemental Blast. So casting Consecrated Sphinx would theoretically still be safe. But also, he doesn't actually tap out doing this, because tapping out casting Consecrated Sphinx passing is still tapping out. Doing this means that he will have interaction throughout the next player's turns. So this is a safer play, but not a bigger value.
He would have 1 mana up though, right? Because of the Burst of Paradise. Too.
Now, Fairy Mastermind is being cast and put into play by Malcolm Kedis. And then we have a Thrasius activation.
Very interesting. Oh, Training Grounds, just in time.
And Thrasius finds Training Grounds, the perfect synergy here to finalize things, and he casts it with his Bird of Paradise. This is looking great for the starting player Esper Thrasius Rograk currently, who also still has his Consecrated Sphinx in his hand. Bruce Thrasius has been interacted and kind of stopped, and Tymna Crom has basically been sitting and interacting, and Malcolm Kedis have only been putting weaker value engines into play compared to Rograk Thrasius, who definitely looks like the big threat during this match. And the turn is passed, and everything gets to be untapped. And we have to pay for fish.
But then again, like touching on the topic that we've been discussing so much this far, is like we are 4 decks in this pod that have access to a Dockside Extortionist, right? Even more Docksides now that we have a Dockside on board, so we can just clone it. So even though this value engine is looking so scary and we're about to run away with this game because we have the Training Grounds to go with it, it's like a Dockside will allow us to just push the game back into our favor in like a heartbeat. And there's a Dockside, like
Tymna Crom is paying for Mystic Remora and then casting Dockside Extortionist.
How much mana are we generating right now? As
1, 2, 4, 7. I think. It looks like 7. That's the number of fingers they're holding up. It doesn't look
Yeah,
like
it
he's
looks
gonna
like
sacrifice his
7.
treasures here. Dockside is generating
No.
a total of 7 treasures. Malcolm Kedis could have sacrificed 3 of those to reduce it from 7 to 4, but he didn't choose to do so. Tymnacron basically being a little bit behind compared to Thrasius Rograk here might be the correct choice to giving him a helping hand.
So this is the window that we kind of want to do something, right?
Oh, this might be it. We have a win attempt potentially.
Ooh,
We
yeah,
have
this is right when you want to do something, when you want to get things done, right?
Teferi Time Reveler is a potential Grand Abolisher variant that can also become a dockside, secondary dockside in this situation by returning dockside back to his hand, recasting it for more mana, and then potentially trying to win here, right, and now. Depending on what he has in his hand, a follow-up from this could be devastating, and they need to basically find something. Therefore, Thrasius from the Thrasius Rogue's Eye is activating as much as he can.
Yeah. Yeah, this is them recognizing that this is the window that they have
Yeah,
to make something happen, right? Because
it's just gonna
if
get
you get
worse.
another turn, it's not gonna be looking pretty for you, right? Because the Seaborn Muse has generated so much value throughout this turn cycle that if you even get a turn where you untap, it's
Yeah,
not gonna be looking good at all for you. So this is them basically recognizing that fact, I guess.
yeah.
Um,
I have a feeling
Interesting
though
though.
that this next dockside is not gonna generate the same amount because then Malcolm Kedis probably should sacrifice his treasures, potentially depending on how he views it. I
I
think
know,
that
right?
Tymna Krom has 2 cards in his hand, so maybe he doesn't have it yet. But it is a very scary play to make.
I think also that they are arguing in favor of resolving this Teferi Time Reveler to bounce the Seaborn Muse. That could also be a thing.
True, but yeah, yeah.
It also like you could also guess that it
We
is in
are
fact that's
casting
what they're trying
a
to do,
Code
right?
of Calling here, I predict, looking at the creatures becoming tapped for a potential Convoke.
Word of Calling.
The Code of Calling
Interesting.
hasn't been placed on stack, but this is a reveal of capacity by basically tapping your creatures. The only real card that actually does that is Code of Calling. So this is also giving away potential information to everyone around the table that there is a potential Code of Calling in that player's hand.
It could be mind games. It could,
It could
right?
absolutely be mind game, but the problem of doing that kind of mind game is that you're revealing capacity and interaction capacity as well. So people might just sit and say, okay, you have a Code of Calling, use it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It wouldn't be a good kind of mind game, but it,
Yeah.
it is a world where they think that it's a good kind of mind game.
You're correct. There's absolutely a world where it could be a good thing to do.
Hmm. Okay, so
I think that we need to do something about the fair anyway.
mm, okay, so the scary part of
And there it is,
their
Code of
deck list.
Calling. He's putting X equal 3 into this, tapping 3 creatures and 3 lands, holding his volcanic island up for a potential 1 mana cost interaction with 2 cards left in his hand. So he can find a
Hmm.
free CMC creature, but not paying for Mystic Remora.
So the interesting part about this, because I don't know the lines necessarily in this, but I believe if you cast a Chord of Calling, there is a world where you can find an Eternal Witness to take back the Chord of Calling, and then
Yeah?
the next turn when you untap with Seaborn
Oh,
Muse, you
that's so
can you
cool,
can
actually.
recast the Chord of Calling and then find a Displacer Kitten, so you can flicker the Eternal
That's
Witness, and then you
that's
have
a
another
very
one.
interesting way to actually create a Seedborn Muse big value machine
I
with
know,
Code of
right?
Calling. Yeah, I like it. Code of Calling
Uh,
resolves, and we're gonna find something at CMC free to potentially solve this. Or cry.
Or cry, yes.
Yeah, cry. There's a lot of crying here usually.
Yeah, a lot of crying going on. Mm, mm, mm. So x
They're
equals
laughing
3.
a lot right now in the comment. We're finding the Manglehorn. This is a pretty good choice, considering that it's going to interact with a flicker of Dockside Extortionist, but it's also going to rip an artifact apart. But it's going definitely to hurt a potential attempt to win with the Teferi. Our problem here now, though, is that if Teferi doesn't win here, we might pass the turn with a Teferi in play.
Yeah, the fairy in play, it's
a risky action, totally.
it is a risky action, but yeah, I guess the reasoning is that we are losing if we don't do this, and we would like, because Bruce Thrasios, they have 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
It's looking like they're not going to be able to convert this into a win on their turn, right?
True, but
And
then we have
Summer
Malcolm
Gaster,
Kedis that could be trying to go for it.
exactly, yeah, they could be, right? But we
Yeah.
could kind of, like, maybe perhaps we would like to, I don't know, gamble on the fact that they're not going to be able to present a win on their turn. And then the Thrasios Rogue player won't be able to generate all of this value from the Seaborn Muse if we decide to bounce the
All Ring is
Thrasios, for example.
being destroyed for the Bruce Thrasius on the Manglehorn ETB.
So yeah, do you think we are responding to the Teferi?
Yeah, Teferi is still on the stack.
Yes.
But now Teferi is the only thing on the stack.
Oh, mystical
Still
tutor.
with a Teferi on the stack, we have a mystical tutor being cast by Malcolm Kedis.
Okay, so the question is this terrifying? Do you have any input on this?
This is absolutely terrifying because Teferi not winning the match here could pass the turn basically because of Manglehorn preventing the win. And if that happens, then we might go to Malcolm Kedis' turn with the Teferi still remaining in play. Now, Bruce Thrasius might have to attack and kill the Teferi if he's not able to win here.
Yeah. So, what are we finding here?
We're finding Psychrift. No, he discarded Psychrift before to gamble, I think.
Yeah. So
I think that was the first thing that happened in their game, if I remember correctly. But so, Psychrift would have been a great choice here.
Find Blasphemous Act, right?
He could be playing that, actually.
He is playing Blasphemous Act. But
then that might be a choice.
That's fine, right? It's a responsible play, but it's not the best play, I think.
I think that's a red Elemental Blast or a Pyroblast.
Wait, really?
With his Mystical Tutor, he is finding a... You're sure that's a Lightning Bolt?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt that he's going to put on top of his library. And then he's passing on Teferi. And I guess Teferi is going to resolve here. With Lightning Bolt on top.
Lightning Bolt.
I'm a little bit surprised about that one too, but maybe not that bad. Teferi is now in play. He did put some dices on it. And I guess we are going to activate it on... Oh, he could bounce Manglehorn actually, but if he does bounce Manglehorn, he can't bounce the Dockside here.
So what are we doing with this lightning bolt actually? What does that do for us that
It's
we can do?
I don't know exactly, if I'm
We
honest.
need
He might
the
want
reason is
to kill the Manglehorn actually with it.
right. That has to be it.
That could really be it. If he believes that he has a potential win here, but Manglehorn is preventing it, then finding Lightning Bolt to deal with that could be a potential out. He did kind of talk a little
Yeah.
bit casual about it, so just saying, if we lose here, we lose here. So that could be some potential table talk to
Mm-hmm.
deflect that he has a capacity to win, and then using Lightning
Yeah.
Bolt to kill Manglehorn and then win.
Yeah, with
And
the
if
Glinthorn, right?
yeah, and if Teferi isn't killed because of reasons, then that is definitely a victory potential for Malcolm Kedis.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see Lightning Bolt like a big maybe, but we will see.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yes.
It could
There's
wait.
currently a
Isn't
lot of table talk currently around the table of various things.
wait,
I think
isn't
everyone is scared
isn't
of everyone.
Chain of Vapor just better, right? It has to be.
No, because then they can start bouncing his Malcolm and be annoying to him.
Yeah, but you have Plus of Heroes.
Yeah, but he doesn't have that damn high amount of mana. There's a limit to how much mana he has.
But he has Plus of Heroes, right? So
Yes, but once again, I don't think he has that high amount of mana. We're talking about casting Chain of Vapor, activating Plus of Heroes, casting Glinthorn. It's getting expensive.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Lightning Bolt
But if
still
we
does
have
the
the
job.
land. Yeah, okay. Okay.
And we don't need to bounce anything more than Manglehorn, really.
No, I mean you can bounce your own what's it called? Imperial Recruiter. And then sacrifice a land to the Manglehorn. That was the line I thought of.
Yes, but I don't think he has the mana still to do all of that.
That's very true. That's very true.
Like, I don't think he has the mana to activate Plus of Heroes and cast Manglehorn. No, and cast Glinthorn and cast Chain of Vapor.
Mm, he does though, right?
Does he? What's the mana cost of Plus of Heroes?
Oh, right. Wait. Oh my god. Yet again, I'm like, okay. Let's go into google.com. Plaza of Heroes.
Yeah.
I really need to be reading Magic the Gathering cards a lot more than.
Go back to school, read cards.
Yeah. Judge Academy, Class Tanda. Okay.
We're adding
mana.
it. It's actually 4 because you need to tap the land too. So he does
my
not have that
god.
mana.
That's so bad.
Yeah, if he has a land drop, then he can do it.
Yeah.
If he doesn't
Interesting.
have a land drop, he can't. So
Hmm. Yeah, I guess then he doesn't afford it. He can't afford it. Yeah.
they're currently talking about killing of Teferi.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're afraid of Thrasius and Rograk and
Yeah.
having Teferi here. That's what
Yeah.
it sounds like.
Yeah. I think there's a way you can politic as Tremnik here. You can politic with the Bruce Trasius player that you can resolve the Teferi and bounce the Thrasios or the Borneos, depending on like what you decide to do, and then allowing them to kill off your Teferi on their turn. But then again, Thrasios will have a window where they can decide not to do it, and then basically put Teferi.
Teferi actually bounce Manglehorn and draws a card. And now
Oh,
Teferi has the Grand Abolisher protection, and the stacked piece that is preventing Dockside ETB treasure generation is gone. But he can't bounce
interesting.
Dockside because he's already used Teferi.
Oh, interesting.
So it all comes down to
Okay.
what he has remaining in his hand to follow up from here.
Yeah. I think we're gonna see a snap here, maybe? Get the Dockside
That
back.
would be great, or a clone effect, basically.
Yeah. Oof, a clone here. They play 2 of them, so it's not unlikely.
Yeah. Displacer Kitten would be great too, honestly.
Yeah, they actually don't play Displacer Kitten,
Okay.
looking at their deck list.
Yeah.
They do play, however, they do play Sidisi's Faithful, the Naga wizard that exploits, and then if you exploit, you can return target creature to its owner's hand. That would be very useful. Get another Dockside.
Yep. Yeah. The reason that card is actually kind of good and so is that it's a creature and it's a little bit harder to actually counterspell that. Considering everything is countering non-creature spells these days, plus the storms, force of negations, and such.
Thinking very hard on this very important turn that they have right here.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a Teferi in play for the moment, but that's going to go away once he passes the turn. And currently, if he can produce something crazy... Oh, there we go. Diabolic Intent. Sacrificing Dockside. And he has 2 treasures left.
2 treasures left. What can we do?
So from here, he potentially could try to win the game. He's going to get a second Dockside if he wants to. Oh,
There's the breach. There's the breach. Oh, the Final Fortune.
He finds Final Fortune, which is an extra turn effect. Uses the 2 remaining treasures to cast the 2 red spell.
Here we go. We're taking the
to take the turn number 2 with his Teferi in play. Now Teferi has already used its very expensive -3 ability, so it can't bounce anything and draw a second card. But still, Grand Abolisher doing good Grand Abolisher things.
Yeah, he really recognizes the fact that you're not going to be able to take another turn here. And
yeah, this is the it's all ogre now part, or the all over part, however we want to phrase that. But Ignacy, Tremnek, Tymna Krom might get it here, depending on things. We don't know what he has exactly in his hand. He did need to think about it for a while. So we will see how it's playing out.
Very interesting that they paid for fish here, though, right? That's
I don't think he's going to do that now, though.
No,
but I mean, if he was going to cast Final Fortune, he might as well pay for the fish, right? Because he's just going to untap.
But he could have gone for a breach line there, though, right?
Yeah, I guess. He goes to his next turn and doesn't pay for fish, as it's going to the graveyard.
That seems wise.
Yeah, very pro tip. And then he draws a card for his turn.
Okay, let's see if they can convert this
into a win.
We know that they don't have breach.
Yeah. He's upticking Teferi, so he can cast sorceries in instant speed. That might help out, but it's just good to uptick Teferi regardless anyways, I guess.
Yeah.
Because why not? Good practice, could I say.
Good practice.
Badland as a land drop. He currently has 6 mana available to him.
Yeah. If they go into some sort of like, if
they asked him if ad nauseam, and he said, "I wish." So not ad naus and not breach.
Yeah, breach is kind of scary though, right?
I mean, he has to have a plan because you're not casting Final Fortune without having a plan.
No.
Unless he's the Joker. Like, do I look like a guy with a plan? I believe the Joker would throw out Final Fortune the moment he has it in his hand.
Yeah. He probably would, I think.
Yeah. Lots of tinkering going on
with this.
I have no idea. Like, the part where I saw Underworld Breach in his deck and he's saying he doesn't have Adnos makes me wonder.
Oh, this is going to be a Tainted Pact, right? Yeah, it's a Tainted Pact.
Tainted Pact. This could find his Underworld Breach or whatever he needs. But it is risky, because if he's going for the Underworld Breach here, there is a chance he's just going to accidentally exile keycards like Lion's Eye Diamond, that you kinda need to have if you're going to Breach. He doesn't have Breach in his hand, because we accidentally saw Breach in his deck when he searched his library for the final fortune. Now, theoretically, he could continue, because Lotus Petal is a card that exists. So he's going over... Oh, there's Brain Freeze. And that's where things get tricky. However, there's a grinding station that is also a replacement for Brain Freeze. So you can, in theory, continue.
Yeah, we don't see.
There's another also a possible thing he can literally do here. Start flipping cards until he finds Fastest Oracle, if he's extremely lucky, in the bottom of his library. And if Fastest Oracle accidentally just is in the bottom of his library, then it will work out. Oh, there's Adnos. But he doesn't have the mana for Adnos anymore. So he has to keep going. Keep digging for anything, literally.
Culling the Weak? What is that?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, Necropotence, right?
That won't work unless he...
No,
Necropotence... Oh, Demonic Tutor, okay. Necropotence actually kind of works right now, because he has activated the Fairy, so he can cast sorceries in instant speed. But yeah, this is not that, so we're gonna continue.
Yeah, that's about it, though.
Ranger Captain goes, he's keep digging. Mana Crypt is gone. Who needs Mana Crypt, right? Mana Vault is gone. Smothering Tide is gone. The One Ring, who needs that? We're gonna die. There's the Breach. Question is, if we haven't lost Lotus Petal, and we haven't lost a potential grinding station, so Breach, big maybe. There's also a Praetor's Grasp to steal cards from your opponents. That could be a temporarily Brain Freeze, in theory.
Yeah. The unfortunate part is we don't have a Praetor's Grasp in their list.
Two ugly dudes, when we can watch magic cards instead.
Yeah, very fair point. But okay.
It's in the bottom of the library.
So if we play the Breach here, then we can play a Dockside from our graveyard, right?
And then what are we? It's just gonna generate 4, which will take him back to the count he's currently at. But he will have the Breach in play, so he can. I think casting like. Oh, he can cast Diabolic Intent, I guess, from the graveyard. Post Dockside, have 2 mana left, find any card he wants, which could be his.
To sort of find a. There is a Dragon's Rage Handler in there, right? To keep filling the graveyard. So
that would be a great card right now to fuel the grave a bit.
Right. So there's Dragon's Rage Handler, and also there is a Chain of Vapor. So what I think needs to happen is that they need to cast the Dockside. Dockside is gonna make 3 treasures after the whatever. After Kedis has sacrificed their treasures. So they make 3. And then we have no artifacts if we find Chain of Vapor. That's actually brutal, because we want to be able to like copy it as many times as possible to sacrifice our lands to refill our graveyard, so we can keep basically playing our stuff. But it's looking like we don't have that.
I think we're doing it. He's grabbing his deck. He hasn't put Underworld Breach into his hand. I really want him to just dig until Fastest Oracle is maybe in his end. I really want him to just dig until Fastest Oracle is maybe in his end, bottom of his library, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're talking. Yeah, I hear we're gonna keep going here from the chat. I do your lines, but I like you're saying, I don't think they're gonna get there. Come on, Tremnik. I'm a believer. We have Fastest in graveyard. We're digging past the Underworld Breach, hoping for a Fastest Oracle in the bottom of the library. That's a flesh duplicate. Who needs that? We need fastest in the bottom. There's fastest. No, and that's it. We were hoping here for a fastest oracle to be in the bottom of the library, because if that, or well, third in the bottom, because he has devotion 3 here total. But that was so sad.
I mean, if
He
they had the
accidentally
console, if they had the
exiled
console in
Lions
hand,
of Diamond and
they
Rain
would.
Freeze. Yeah, if he has consult, then he wins now.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have slow rolled if it was consult, right?
No, he would have just dig. He just used the Tainted Pact to find fastest instantly. Just don't care here, guys. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, he's talking to the players, asking for graveyards to see if mean bet is any good here.
Oh, that's a good option, maybe, but the graveyards are pretty small.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a gamble, we have a soul ring. I don't
Knowing
know
that
if
he
it's
doesn't have any more wins, he might as well look through the deck what is remaining and digging. But Angel's Grace. Wait, maybe he
There
should
is
have stopped
no
at Angel's
Angel's
Grace. That's
Grace.
it. He has dug out his... No, he's having a little bit more library over there. Honestly, maybe he should have stopped at Angel's Grace.
Wait, was there an Angel's Grace? I don't see it in their deck list. The
Oh,
Angel's Grace.
sorry. It must have been a Lightning Tutor.
I think so. It must have been, right? Or a silence, maybe.
Sorry, my bad. It must have been an Enlightened Tutor that I thought was an Angel's Grace, looking at his cards, flipping them.
Yeah. Yeah, these are the scenarios where you're really missing that Praetor's Grasp, right? That's
Yeah,
what
Praetor's
you
Grasp.
want
Praetor's
to have.
Grasp would have been great right now.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Yep. I'm not sure what we can do here now.
There's talking about taking Toxic Deluge and just cast it and die, but I don't think they're gonna do that. Keep flipping cards just because you can, because why not? It's fun to showcase your deck to people. I kind of want to see his remaining cards.
Yeah, it's a very pretty deck, right?
Yeah, showcase that bling.
Yeah, I like it. A windfall.
Intuition.
Oh, that's a blinged out deck. Intuition.
And here is the last card, a Force of Will. Force Negation. That's it. Game is sadly over for Ignacy. Being a little bit unlucky, not flipping into Underworld Breach after first exiling Lions of Diamond and Brain Freeze, not having Fastest Oracle in the bottom of the library. That just did it.
Yeah. Actually, what I think it was, to be fair, I don't want to like be but paying for that is basically what got us into this situation, right?
Maybe, yeah.
We could have
there's
stopped at the breach, or could we?
Yeah.
We could, right? If we didn't pay for the fish.
There's a fetch land going on from Thrasius Rograk, if you're wondering. Now in the end step, we are still activating Thrasius and Rograk because there's a Seedborn Muse and there's a training ground, so Deflecting Swat goes to his hand, Mana Confluence comes into play, and one last Thrasius activation. Putting a Cyclonic Rift into his hand. We're building up a really powerful game for Thrasius Rograk Espen right now.
That Psych Rift is just a nail in the coffin for this game, putting him into an like almost unstoppable position from the oppressive situation
Bruce
already we're in.
Thrasius turn soon, but still in the end step, Malcolm Kedis cast Lightning Bolt on Thrasius.
Okay, that deflecting swat is gonna come in handy now, right?
Yes, it is. But this Lightning Bolt could potentially destroy the Thrasius, but there's a deflecting swat changing the target for Lightning Bolt. But then we have a
Just in
dispel
time.
on the SWAT, trying to counterspell it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay, no
Thrasius
backup.
is killed.
Yeah. Ah, that's so brutal. We basically,
Remove the engine.
yeah, we
He still
removed the
gets to untap
engine, but
all his stuff, but the engine or the mana sinker into is gone.
we do have one very relevant mana sink in hand though, just drawn, so he's not gonna be all too blown out from this. He's
Yeah, but I
basically
mean
only gonna miss
the
one
turn right
attack.
now, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's recasting Thrasius here.
Yeah.
Bruce Thrasius is casting a Lotus Petal, first thing first. Tapping 2 lands. No, untapping lands. Changing his mind.
Yeah, it's such a brutal position because like you need to win right now,
Or
or
draw.
yeah, and you can't really win right now because they have the Psych Rift if you go for any Dockside loop.
More or less, yes.
So yeah, it's looking so miserable right now for the Bruce Thrasius player. They were looking so strong with the Seaborn Muse earlier in the game, and they just got completely blown out um, by that Gilded Drake. The Gilded
Yeah.
Drake was like the best possible Gilded Drake.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I agree.
it's
That's a
usually
Gilded Drake.
not this strong, right? The Gilded Drake.
Gilded Drake was actually one of the big reasons back in the days why you wouldn't play Consecrated Sphinx, because it was a 6 mana free flying creature in the end, usually.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Mm.
Or well, also Phantasmal Image could just become a Consecrated Sphinx. So you paid 6 mana for your Consecrated Sphinx while the opponent paid 2 mana for it.
Yeah, yeah.
I really like the concept too big to fail. Consecrated Sphinx is a card that is too big to fail.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what do you mean? Too big to
Haven't you
fail?
heard too big to fail concept?
No. It's when he...
It's usually used when banks are just so enormous, so expensive, so gigantic, and they have so much power and influence. And if they go bankrupt, they take the entire world with them. Imagine
Ah,
casting a very big, expensive creature like Consecrated Sphinx, and then just
yeah,
someone does a very tiny thing to it, and your entire game just falls apart because of that. Like you
yeah.
lost the game because you casted Consecrated Sphinx. That's too big to fail.
Okay, okay. I see the analogy. Okay, what are we casting here? What's that card? Is that the Alpheto Alchemist that we're
Yes.
casting?
He's casting his
Oh,
Alpheto Alchemist that he flipped into with his Thrasius before. This is a 2 mana cost creature that can untap a creature or an artifact. It's usually used to untap something like the One Ring, or a creature in general, like a Bloom Tender.
could possibly be used to kill a phantasmal image of your opponents this
Oh,
game as
that's
well.
true. Yes, you can. That's funny. After this, he passes the turn to Malcolm Kedis. Thrasius Rograk doesn't have anything to do with all that enormous mana now that his Thrasius is gone. No damage from the Mana Crypt. Drawing a card for his turn.
Very important turn.
Yes, this is where he has cleaned house, and he needs to take home the victory. There's no Thrasius in play. He's basically didn't have more interaction because he didn't protect his Thrasius. Or tried to, but couldn't. He plays a
Interesting
basic
that
island,
we... Interesting
and he
choice
moves to
to...
combat.
Because we want to cast the Psych Rift now anyway, right? So we could have done it on end step.
We can just do it now before, I think. Or I think we're gonna
Yeah.
do it end step, but yeah, we're doing it now. In response to Combatus, we are casting the Cyclonic Rift.
Yeah.
In
I
the
think I will.
Overload version.
The overloaded.
This is gonna send the Gilded Drake that was given to Bruce Frasius back to Frasius Rograk's hand, which means that he can take something again.
Very cool.
Second main of Malcolm Kedis. We are recasting the Mana Crypt.
Mm-hmm. And we can't even plus
Recasting
our heroes,
Imperial
right?
Recruiter. And he gets to search his library.
Mm-hmm. Dockside is not looking too exciting
Dockside
right
is
now.
not doing much now. It's making 2 mana.
Yeah. Let's see. What are their options right now? We could find Tandem Lookout, we could find Reckless Fireweaver, Professional Faithbreaker. There is the option of Magda. What does Magda
Yeah,
do
but
for us?
we've kind of moved past that, I think.
Yeah, probably.
We're
Probably.
like going into a 1v1, like, I don't know, maybe Glinthorn or... it's tricky.
Would you want to dream big here and just like get the Displacer Kit then?
Oh, the Space Kitten would be fun, but we're finding a Phyrexian Metamorph found by the Imperial Recruiter.
What's that do for us, actually?
I have no idea. Seedborn Muse? And he's casting the Phyrexian Metamorph as a Seedborn Muse copy.
Very interesting. So we're looking to do the what's the card I'm thinking of? The blue Fairy Mastermind Seedborn
Yeah, yeah. This means that we're gonna have 2 players untapping all of the time, basically.
Yeah.
So now that it's Frasius Rograk's turn, Malcolm Kedis also gets to untap.
Interesting.
Yeah, very. Drawing a card for the turn.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I guess we just recast. Do we cast the Consecrated Sphinx here though? Is the question.
100%. Yes.
Huh?
Or Frasius. Might be happy with just casting Frasius. Kind of depends on his hand. Honestly.
Yeah.
But
Could do both.
considering that we've lost a player, Tymnan Krom is gone, the Frasius Seedborn Muse is actually doing a tiny bit less. On the other hand, so is also Consecrated Sphinx.
Mm-hmm.
I think he should have casted the Cycrift post-combat in the post-main phase, actually. But we will see where this leads.
I think we should have cast it on the
And we're
end step
casting the
of
Consecrated
our
Sphinx.
Consecrated Sphinx. I see. That's a
Big card draw, flying bird.
a delay on the
Wait, is it?
Sphinx.
But it is being delayed by Bruce Frasius. Sending it into Vanish, or well, in Suspend. So it's gonna come into play in 3 turns. Which is like never gonna happen.
It's never gonna happen, yeah. Most likely.
On the other hand, you
not.
should never say never, but still.
Yeah. We do have exactly 4 mana to replay our Thrasios and look pretty good here, right?
Yes, I think we should replay Frasius right now.
Yeah. It's such we're looking so dominant here. Wait, we played a
We are not
Mangle
replaying Frasius, we are recasting Manglehorn here.
Interesting.
Because Seedborn Muse, well, the Phyrexian Metamorph that is a Seedborn Muse is also an artifact. But in response to this... We are casting a
Whir
Whir
of
of Invention.
Invention.
This is a spell with Inspire, so you can actually tap, the Phyrexian Metamorph being an artifact to basically convoke. Very similar to convoke.
So X equals 3 here. What is 3 doing for us?
There's a mana crypt
in
over there
this?
too. Finding the One
Oh,
Ring.
The One Ring.
Now,
okay.
Seedbone Muse, or a theoretical Seedbone Muse together with the One Ring, is pretty good. But if Manglehold resolves, we will destroy the Phyrexian Metamorph Seedbone Muse. So the One Ring will be weaker, but still, One Ring is pretty good.
Oh, so that was the plan.
That is a good plan. That is a very good plan.
Wow. Yeah.
It will be it would have taken over the game completely.
For sure. I wonder if Espen picked up on that when they copied the Seaborn Muse and thought of the Word of Invention.
Still with Manglehorn on the stack, we're tapping the One Ring to draw a card, hoping to find an interaction versus the Manglehorn.
That's very interesting. Wait, why did they predict that? Did they actually predict it? Or am I... Did they know that this was
He doesn't
happen?
find an interaction versus the Manglehorn, so Manglehorn destroys the Phyrexian Metamorph Seedborn Muse.
Okay.
And the turn goes to Bruce Frasius.
Interesting.
This game. There's so much back and forth here, honestly. CEDH at its finest. Bruce Frasius is currently sitting with an enormous hand size, and 3 lands in hands needs to catch up somehow. That Cycrypt totally devastated him, more or less. But never give up, and never surrender. Because you never know what's gonna happen.
Nope. Yeah. We could have really used that Chord of Calling right now from Espen.
Yeah.
Being that Minamo as well, right?
Yes.
So we could get the One Ring copy with our own Phyrexian Metamorph, and then we have the Minamo. Basically,
yeah, then it's GG. If you find if Frasius Rograk gets his hands on a One Ring right now, it's GG's. So 100%. But we'll see. Bird of Paradise. Or maybe not. He's putting it down. We will see.
Yeah. Tapped Lotus Petal.
Changing his mind, playing a tapped Lotus Petal because of Manglehorn.
Yeah. So if I'm Ball here, I'm currently thinking about what I'm having for dinner tomorrow. Like thinking about what I'm like, what flavor of soda I'm gonna buy, like when I'm going to the store later. Like if I'm running out of shampoo, if I need to get that as grocery shopping later.
What you're saying basically is you would have given up.
Yeah, that's what's going through my mind as Ball here, pretty much.
I can see. What's the meaning of life? Who am I? Why am I here? Why am I doing this? Why am I playing this game?
why have
In
I
the end, Bird of
spent
Paradise
my
is
life
being
building
cast
on these
still.
cards? Yeah. Birds of Paradise, a very brutal way of like almost being in the game at this point. But yeah.
William, never give up. Never surrender.
Never give up. Yeah.
No mercy, no respite.
I think
and then
that's
a fellow
my...
alchemist.
Oh,
and then he passed.
Right. Yeah.
Malcolm Kedis untaps, takes 3 damage from the Mana Crypt and 1 damage from the One Ring.
Yeah. Samurai Dancer being pretty jealous of their Minamo and their Alfetto
Yeah.
Alchemists right now.
He uses the One Ring to draw 2 cards.
This game is absolutely insane, by the way. This is
Land Drop
this is
Mountain. Yeah, this is a
absolutely
crazy game.
crazy.
I grindy CDH. We only had one player staying true to the turbo, and he died.
And he died.
Phantasmal Image.
Phantasmal Image. Oh my god. The Alfetto Alchemists generating value right now is about to kill this
This
Seedborn
Phantasmal
Muse.
Image can become a Seedborn Muse, assembling that Seedborn Muse and the One Ring together. This is a very strong synergy. He's also casting Malcolm. And then he wants to move to his end step.
Mm.
But then
Lightning
Lightning Bolt on the Phantasmal Image, forcing it to be sacrificed. This is very key because the Phantasmal Image, being a Seedborn Muse, would have untapped the One Ring and the Palace that can untap a legendary permanent.
Wow.
Wow, this game.
Like, this game is like an anthem to all of the, for me, uncharted game actions. Like it's been so long since I've seen these cards being played. It's so good.
Turn goes to Thrasius Rograk. I think we're putting Thrasius into play, or no, we're not. I don't know.
Oh,
Gilded Drake.
Right, we have that. I forgot we had the
What are we
Drake.
taking with this?
Are we taking the Alfetto Alchemist? Or like,
No.
What's this doing?
He's
no?
taking Malcolm Keen Eye Navigator. The reason to do this might be because he wants to remove the potential combo from Malcolm here.
Yeah.
And then Eldritch Evolution, the Malcolm.
Oh, BM.
Is he finding Emil the Blessed?
Interesting. But Emil the Blessed doesn't really do it here, though.
If he has a dog side, it does.
Like, at this point, I would have probably just...
In response to the Eldritch Evolution, Malcolm Cadis is casting Fairy Mastermind.
Uh-huh. Oh. It's like... it's also one of those games that it's kind of scary to cast this Eldritch Evolution. I've seen games where, like, players, like, say Samurai Dancer here, would have had, like, a dual caster mage, for example. The dual caster mage comes in and copies the Eldritch Evolution, and that copy gets you like a spell seeker, for example, and then they're all set up. Then you need to move fast, right? But yeah, we didn't have those options for us today.
Phyrexian Metamorph. Now, I've seen Phyrexian Metamorphs become Seedborn Muse, but I've also seen Phyrexian Metamorph become the One Ring. So now Thrasius Rograk is setting up to have the Seedborn Muse, the One Ring synergy combination, which is going to be very powerful. He also has the Palace, legendary land over there, as you can see, that can untap legendary permanents, which means that he can activate the One Ring twice each turn.
So,
but sadly, he accidentally tapped that Palace right now. So the Phyrexian Metamorph becoming the One Ring won't activate twice this round. Or this turn. But well, drawing a card first at the very least.
So, what do you think about that? I wanna ask you a question.
I think it was a misplay.
So we had the option there with the Eldritch Evolution to sacrifice the Seedborn Muse to get ourselves a Hullbreaker Horror. Do you think it was fair of them being
and then he cast
Thrasius at this point?
Yeah. Mindbreak Trap on the Thrasius from Bruce Thrasius.
Mindbreak Trap on the Thrasius.
Wow.
Okay, I see. Interesting.
And the turn is passed to Bruce
Okay.
Frasius.
Okay.
Wow.
Mime
And everything
Rat.
gets to be untapped on Frasius Rograk's side.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hmm. I guess Hullbreaker Horde doesn't even win right
No,
now
it
because
doesn't.
with
It
Light
doesn't
Up
have enough. He only has Mana Crypt in play and a
yeah,
Bird of Paradise, and that's not enough to go infinite. So Hullbreaker Horror would not do it. So I think it was the
yeah,
correct play still to do the thing he did.
yeah, sure, yeah,
But
yeah,
he's
for
close.
sure,
I mean, he doesn't need that much more card draw to basically seal this in.
yeah. And this One Ring, are you particularly like quick on your maths? Because like right now we're gonna draw 5 cards on Ball's turn, and
Yeah.
then on the next turn we're gonna draw 9 cards. So that's 14 cards, and then we take our turn, and
Can't
that's
we actually
gonna
draw
be
6 cards on Ball's turn?
6 cards.
Yeah,
No, I think
it's a
it's
bird
5,
and
right?
counter is
Two
part of
plus
the cost,
three.
right?
2+3 on Ball's turn, right? And then 4+5 on Samurai's turn. And then we get into our turn and we're gonna draw 13.
Oh yeah, you're correct. It's not part of the cost to put a bird and counter on it. They
Mm.
they did word that thing correctly.
Yeah. But that means at least we're looking to, if we get to our next turn, we're gonna have 27 more cards.
Yeah.
28 with the card drawn for a turn.
Yeah, the chance of Francis Rograk winning this match is pretty good right now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a deck that's like struggles a little bit with closing out games, right? But 28 cards
Casting
should do it.
Frasius. In response, we're activating the One Ring to draw 2 cards. Yeah, there he goes. The card goes to his hand. Fair
Do I hear my
Mastermind
voice
also triggers, and he
ring
also
now?
draws a card. And then he
Hello,
activates
Yordle.
the Palace to untap the One Ring. And then he taps the One Ring again to draw 3 more cards from his deck. Just
Yeah.
like you said, 5 cards this turn. This is humongous.
It's
And
a
then
very
Frasius
chunky
resolves.
hand. Very chunky hand.
Very chunky hand.
It's so
And
hard
then
to interact
Frasius
with,
Rograk
right?
Ball player follows up with an ignoble hierarch. More mana orcs. More mana, more good.
More mana, more good. How do we
Yeah.
even interact with this, though? We can't do anything against this. He has all
No.
the mana in the world to stop them from resolving any sort of relevant spell while doing this,
Yeah,
right?
pretty much. I can't see a world where Frasius Rograk doesn't win this right now. And there,
Yeah.
Ball passes the turn after putting the dork into play. Turn goes to Malcolm Kedis, Samurai's Dance Ruler, who loses 2 life to the One Ring, but doesn't fail the Mana Crypt flip. Draws a card for turn.
Yeah. The thing we needed there, the only way of
Activate the
stopping
ring
it.
to draw 3 cards. But in response to that, we are activating the One Ring from Frasius Rograk, Esper.
I do think, unironically, that we kind of need to work together with Samurai Dancer here a little bit and untap their One Ring, maybe. I'm not sure though why, but something that's not this needs to happen, right? There has to be some sort of opposing force, like working against this, and that's like the only option I can see. That's any that
Yeah.
brings any relevance to the board state that we're in right now as the Thrasios Bruce player.
He's drawing 4 cards.
4 cards. Minamo.
Then using the
doing
land to untap the
fast
One
work
Ring once
right
more.
now. So good.
And he's activating again to put the burden counter value to 5.
This is ridiculous. This
Yeah.
is so ridiculous right now. Oh, wow. And he gets to take their turn as well, right?
Yes.
Or what's going on here?
I think they're talking about Fair Mastermind and stuff, but it's still this is
Okay.
happening. Like he is drawing 9 cards on this turn total.
Yup. Yup.
And they're drawing 5 cards.
Yup.
It has now happened. Total of 9 cards this turn.
Yep.
Then Fairy Mastermind triggers and draws a card. And then he draws 3 cards from the One Ring.
Yep.
The One Ring
I
doing
think at
some
this
work.
point, we might as well just like throw in the Hullbreaker Horror in there just to like make this board state a little bit more oppressive, you know? Just sprinkle it in there, just like the casual Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Oh yeah,
I will be
yeah. They are not allowed to agree to concede. They're talking about some rules considering they're in top 16 right now, and the fact that this is going close to time.
Do they go to time? I should know this, but
I think they're getting close. They haven't gone to time yet, but they are very close. Or well, they are
Okay.
kind of in time, more or less.
Okay.
Like depending on when you started calculating this.
But there's no time in top 16, right?
Might be true. If that's true, then the game goes on, but they are not allowed to concede or draw.
And that's the most brutal part about this, right?
Yeah.
You're not allowed to leave the table and go sleep.
No.
You must stay.
You must play
And watch
until
this man untap his One Ring and draw his deck slowly.
Well, he's going to draw 6 and then 7 next on his turn. Like he should have the win on his actual turn.
He should, right? I think so.
Yeah. They're still talking a little bit about intentional draws and draw. If everyone just agrees with draw, they're not allowed to do this, so to say, in this top 16. That's what they're talking about and what's consuming time right now.
Yeah.
If you're wondering why he's actually searching and shuffling his deck, it's because he's cracked a fetch land, a flooded strand to find a basic island. So an island have been found, deck has been shuffled.
Do we know how many time counters are left on that Consecrated Sphinx, by the way?
It might resolve on his next turn. Here we're casting Glinthorn Buccaneer.
Oh, there it is. Wait. Wait, what?
It does not have Malcolm. And is that, I think it's I don't know, Curiosity?
That's a card.
That's a card. After casting Glinthorn, he's casting Curiosity, but then Espen, the Thrasios Rockrock player, is following up with a Mental Misstep on it.
Mental Misstep on Curiosity. Yeah.
Yes.
A miracle would have had to happen for that to resolve, right? Like, there's no way we don't have like the entire
I think they're casting an offer.
They're casting
In
a
response
force.
to the mental misstep, we're casting a force of will, pitching a blue card, losing a life. Samurai trying to protect his Glinthorn Buccaneer. But in response, a Veil of Summer to protect the mental misstep.
Veil of Summer. Interesting.
And in response to the Veil of Summer, we have an offer you can't refuse, trying to counterspell the Veil of Summer.
Wow. They're putting up
They're
so
putting up
much
some
of a
action here.
fight.
They're fighting.
But then again,
He's actually
like,
targeting a mental misstep, apparently.
but then again, like, even if
Right.
you resolve this Glinthorn Buccaneer and this Curiosity, even if you come out on top after this counter war, does that even win? I'm sorry, I'm very uneducated with this.
It actually
card.
wins. There's a end step shenanigan that wins here if he has enough cards in his deck.
Oh, interesting.
Glinthorn still on the stack.
Oh yeah, it's like a
Is
Gitrog loop,
casting
right?
and responding. Correct. Force of Negation, trying to counterspell the Curiosity still. It happens,
Oh my
and
god!
Curiosity goes to exile.
Wow!
The Force of
Wow!
Negation was hard casted.
Wow! They put up a fair fight there,
That was a
though.
fair
That was
fight.
close. That could have
Oh,
actually had this
Ophidianai was
call.
actually exiled with the Force of Will. Then we have a
Oh,
Wheel
that
of
was supposed to
Fortune
be
on the stack post this.
Wheel of Fortune. What? Force of No
But in
way.
response to the Wheel of Fortune, we're casting a Force of Will, trying to
No
counterspell it.
spells. No spells allowed today.
No.
There's only one player in this game, and he's
Yeah,
letting
we're
in
saying no.
everybody know.
Espen knows how to say no. Yes. With nothing left to do, Samurai is attacking with Fairy Mastermind at Espen.
Yeah, that's the. I think that's more than anything just a display of his emotional state after that stack war, just going to combat and swinging towards him.
Yeah.
He's looking pretty brutal. This game is so brutal in every way imaginable. Yeah, I think.
And then he passes the turn, as the turn now goes to Espen, untapping.
Okay, go to our turn. Ring is at 5, so we draw 13 cards of a one ring this turn.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
He loses 3 life to the Mana Crypt and loses 5 life to the One Ring, going down to 15. And then draws a card for his turn. But he might draw more with the One Ring.
Probably, right?
Like, the card draw per turn feels kinda inferior compared to when you do this. Tapping the One Ring. Putting a burden counter on it, and drawing 6 cards. Triggering the Fairy Mastermind to also draw a card. This is a Magic game, that's for sure.
It is a Magic game. It is
Magic
also
cards have been played.
it's notably a Magic
He's
game
untapping the
without
One Ring.
Orcish Bowmaster, right?
True, Orcish Bowmaster in this match would have activating the One Ring, putting burden counter up to 7, and drawing 7 cards.
Yes.
This is what happens when you have the One Ring together with a Seedborn Muse.
Yes. Together with not a single opponent with the Orcish Bowmaster and
Yeah,
no
that
way of
too.
fighting it. This is what happens.
This is what happens. Look at what you did. Look at what you've done.
It's crazy.
All right, so now we have drawn 7 + 6 = 13 cards. We just need to figure out how to win games with this.
Yeah, which is I mean, it's
If he doesn't win here, I mean, I don't know what's going on.
yeah, we need to sell our deck on eBay if we don't win here, right?
Yeah, yes.
Then you
He's
need to
casting
like rethink
Dosen.
what we're doing. We need to find. Wait, he's untapping.
This is a variant of Grand Abolisher, but in green. Players can't play spells only during their own turn. So he's going to try to protect himself. In response, Ball is untapping the One Ring using the Affetto Mage to give interaction to Malcolm Kedis to potentially interact and stop this if he can. But none of them actually has an interaction, and the Dosen, the Falling Leaf, resolves.
I love
And
Dosen. I love it
I
so
don't know.
much.
I don't like Grand Abolisher better, man.
I know, but we're playing bad colors, you know? What are we gonna do?
True. That's true.
I love that card. It's so good.
Here we go. Once Dosen have resolved, we're casting Gamble.
Okay. Odds looking
Yes.
pretty good, not to entomb our card.
Yeah. So all we need to do now is find a card and not accidentally entomb it.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing Breach here, and the game should be finished.
It should be, right?
Yeah.
They're playing so weird cards.
I don't know.
Do you want to hear a fun card that they played?
Oh, give me a second. I'm just gonna try to catch this. It's getting late. My focus is falling apart. I'm a morning person. I go up early and I go to bed.
Yeah. It's
I'm not in my prime mode anymore.
It's one of those things that makes all of these grindy decks so good if you're that type of player that has the mental stamina to
That's true.
keep the
I
focus up.
don't. I play much worse Magic if it goes late.
Yeah. You should play Rogue Silas. It's one of the
He
great
currently
things.
has 35 cards in his hand. That is going to be randomized. They pick the magic number 8 after shuffling, and he discards the top card of the 8, which is a Sylvan Library randomly chosen by Gamble.
Interesting.
Green Sun Senate.
Green Sun.
Post Gamble, he's casting Green Sun Senate.
That has to be a Kinnan.
X = 2.
That's gonna be a Kinnan, right?
It could be... I don't know, honestly. He has 2 treasures there. Yeah, that's a Kinnan. Finding Kinnan with it. You were correct.
Kinnan.
You're a genius, Scipio. No, that's
Hey.
Anis. Trilio,
Hey.
you're a genius, Trilio. See, I'm falling to the... I'm getting tired now. The late...
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We have Kinnan on board. We're probably looking to resolve a Basalt Monolith right now, right? But do we have the correct colors? We do, right? We have 6 mana available to us. So...
Yeah.
We're gonna draw
we have a bird and 2 treasures. That should be enough.
Yeah. That should be it. Assuming we have the Basalt Monolith. I would like to think that we do.
And he casts a Dockside.
That's just BM. Come on, man.
That
Don't
together
do
with
them like
Kinnan
this.
is an enormous high amount of mana.
This is the equivalent of when you're in card games.
And then follows up with a Cloudstone Curio.
Oh.
I'm gonna explain this. This is a very cool artifact that allows you to return a creature if you cast a creature, or specifically, whenever you cast a non-artifact permanent, you can return a permanent of the same type. So here he can sit and cast a Bird of Paradise, bounce Dockside, and then cast Dockside, bounce Bird of Paradise, making an infinite loop to make infinite treasures. He hasn't gone to combat yet, so he can cast Thrasius post this, and then cast Final Devastation X equals enormous, and attack and win and kill them by simple combat damage. GG's, and Espen wins and goes to the finals.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was grindy.
Cool. That was grindy. I think the key moments in this match was clearly the Seedborn Muse, or the Gilded Drake specifically, taking that early start and then just accumulating efficient value early on. But also the somewhat miscalculations from the final of Fortune. He was kind of unlucky there, so to say.
Yeah. There was, as you said, there was decision points that could have basically generated a whole nother outcome for the winning turn, or the final turn there for the TNK player. Not sure if they just like realized and like became aware of the fact that they're only gonna have one more turn like after they finish paying for the fish, but it would have probably had a whole nother outcome for them if they would have tooted up the breach and had the mana. Wait, did they have the mana to cut the breach? If they, or I mean, would it be better
If
to
he
cast the
didn't pay
breach
for
and
fish,
pull
then
the
maybe.
pact?
But it's also hard to say because he drew into cards from the fish during that turn as well. So it's hard to say what. Maybe the fish was actually key in that situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the part where you're shuffling your deck while talking about Magic.
Yeah. We
A lot
can
of
leak
Magic
out.
players actually does that. They just sit and randomly shuffle for no reason at all. I love that.
Yeah. It's
It's
ADHD.
a very nice mental relaxing thing to do.
It is. It's like a fidget thing. It's keeps the mind calm. That's why I have trouble playing on Moxfield. You know,
Brillo,
it's because
where
I
is
don't get to
Nisse?
do this thing.
Show Nisse from the
Show
comments.
Nisse. Okay. Wait. 1 second. Don't go anywhere.
I'm staying. So while Frillo is finding his Nisse, we are soon going to start the final rounds. And the casters for final rounds is going to be
He's super
Frillo and Rock.
cranky.
Oh, there it's the kitten. Nice.
He was super cranky because he was having
Thanks.
a relaxing time on the bed, and I picked him up, and he was like, "Meh."
Oh, we have Rock in the chat, actually. So Rock in the chat, and Frillo is going to join, and maybe the cat as well. And
Yeah,
I don't actually
sure.
know who is. I know Espen is going to the finals, but who the other three are, I don't know because I've been kind of focused on this very long and powerful Magic game we watched.
Yeah, that was a grind fest and a half. They're lucky it was in semifinals because that would have gone to time many times over,
Yeah.
I believe.
Yes, this was touching it. I think, according to my calculations, it was 90 minutes long. So depending on what the time limit is, it should have gone to time.
Yeah, it makes sense. Do you remember the conversations people used to have regarding specifically Seaborn Muse because of the amount of times that rounds went to time when people played Seaborn Muse? It was like a common thing when everyone was on Seaborn Muse.
Yeah, I can see that.
It was
In any
dumb.
case, we're going to start setting up for next round. So Rock and Frillo is taking over. I hope you enjoyed the matches so far, but stay around because now the finals is soon about to start. Take care and enjoy.
Hiya, and welcome back. I've jumped in. We've got a match. Obviously, you guys can see it on your screen right now. You can see the life totals. They're very, very low. And, I mean, it looks like Glow is really in control here, right, Furlough?
Yeah, I would. I haven't even gotten the time to like assess what's going on here right now on the
There's a 9-9
board.
army.
But yeah, just judging from the life totals, it's looking pretty rough for them, right? What
Yeah.
are we doing here? We're doing Malcolm Bruce things right now. Oh, we're doing Glimthorn stuff. Yeah, they're dying.
Oh, yeah, they're literally just dead. I mean, there was nothing on the field anyway to really do anything about this. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, like now that there's only one player left to the Glinthorn, do do they have a massive amount of treasures though, so they can keep going still, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a
So-
lightning bolt. That's just BM. Okay.
Yeah. Putting down to 1 if he wanted to, but who really cares,
Yup.
honestly, at that point?
Yup. Very interesting. Oh, there's another Malcolm Bruce deck. Interesting. I've been seeing a lot of Malcolm Bruce lately. Kind of fun to see.
It seems like there's a lot
But
of
yeah.
Malcolm today as a whole.
Yeah, for sure. It's like it's a deck that I don't play against a lot myself, but being seeing it like a lot popping up every now and then from just like tournament brackets and whatnot. It's like seems to be doing fairly well. What do you think about Malcolm Bruce? Do you like the deck?
Honestly, it's my first time really seeing all too much of it. I mean, I look at the colors and I'm like, well, losing out on the Thrasios does mean that you don't have access to those creature tutors, which are really good for the deck. But you
Yeah,
do get access to white, right? You get access to Silence, you get access to Grand Abolisher. And naturally, that's quite good. I've been playing, I was originally playing Mono Red, and then I moved to like Mardu, and having access to a way to protect your win it's really powerful. And I think potentially what helped the Glow get to where they were.
yeah, yeah, for sure. It's like the thing that green lacks is like the
Mhm.
protection, right? And so there's like a push and pull of the Malcolm decks. I'm speaking as a person that have never played any of these decks, but like judging from afar, right? I've been I interpret this as like a push and pull between you want the green tutors to get to your dockside and get to your Glinthorn and get to your whatever, and but you want the white for the protection. So in the best of worlds, you're playing like all the colors like Dawnwaker, but you still get to play your Malcolm in the command zone to be able to do Glinthorn stuff. Uh, yeah, not sure,
Yeah,
but the deck seems to be performing pretty well, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
I think that Malcolm, obviously, plus Red is generally just a really solid deck. I mean, obviously, you've got things like Esper Malcolm, which I'm a little bit suspect of. Obviously, you get a lot of advantage, you get the mana, you get the cards, but I think you
yeah,
really want to be playing something that has access to end games from the command zone. And that's why we're seeing things, even obviously a little off piece, things like Tivit, things like Atraxa, which really can just you play the card, you have something else, and then you win the game.
yeah,
And I think that's really powerful.
yeah, for sure. It's like the common thing with Esper is like the inability to close out games
100%.
and really taking advantage of the windows that you will inevitably like create for yourself when you're playing this like very
Yeah, I think
grindy. You want to be able to just close out the game. Uh, just oh,
yeah.
there's us, me
Well,
and
we're
you.
on
What
screen.
is up?
Hello.
Hey, we're on the screen.
We are.
Here's you
Yeah,
and me.
yeah. And we're looking so pretty, so pretty.
I think
But
so too.
I think I wanted to kind of come along for that because I completely agree about the like Esper being grindy, and I think that's the biggest thing that makes Red. Obviously, it's got some great cards. Don't get me wrong, but it really allows you that velocity as well, right? Alongside some of the other decks that allows you to kind of be faster, close out games, things that also Black allows you to have due to those tutors. But Red
Mhm.
really allows you to kind of push it further because of the easy access to things like the win conditions. And I mean, that's why I
Yeah.
think
Yeah,
Tivit
for
is a
sure.
good Esper deck because it has inevitability, but there's not many other ones, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Is very true. It like brings to the table that thing that other Esper decks don't really have. When I say other Esper decks, I'm mostly talking about like specifically like Malcolm,
Yeah,
Timna, or like
because
whatever else.
right?
Yeah. Oh, Surrey, yeah. But Surrey is like a little bit more aggressive
Yeah,
in the
but it's
sense
got
that
that
you
way to
have
kind
a
of win in the command zone, right? And that's why it's good.
yeah. And me personally, Necropotence is my favorite card of all time. So it's it if I were to play Esper, if someone like put a gun to my head and said you have to play Esper, I would probably play Sir. Uh, so but yeah, Necropotence, great card, man. Perfect card. I love it.
It is super
So
fun.
do you want to introduce yourself, by the way? I don't think we've met. Do you want to do like a formal
No,
thing where we introduce ourselves?
I'm Ollie Rook Olsen. You could say Rock, Rook, or whatever. I've had everybody say anything as long as you know it's me. I don't really mind. Yeah, I've been casting here for Chaos. I'm the only Chaos representative here on broadcast today. I think the rest of it's CDH TV guys. Yeah, and as you can
Yeah,
probably tell,
yeah, it's
I'm from
actually
the
only
UK.
CDH the guys. Mm-hmm. All right, cool. Do
I
you
want
want
to
me
just
to
make
say
sure
the
that I
whole?
said your name right. It is Furlough, right? Or is it Fiello?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. People usually uh, it's kind of funny. I used to play a little bit of Hearthstone back in the day, and at one point, because people usually say Frillo, and at one point I was about to sign like a contract for like a I was signing a deal with like an app or whatever that did coaching specifically for Hearthstone, and it said in the contract like Frillo, and it's I don't know, it's a funny story. People usually have a hard time to uh, know which one of the two is the right one, but yeah, yeah, it's Frillo. That is the long way of saying that. Uh, yeah, yeah, I play a little bit of CDH. I've been playing some with CDH TV. Uh, Mostly play Grixis, or I only play Grixis basically. Play Rogue Silas all day, every day. That's my thing, I guess. So yeah, most of my knowledge of the game is only revolving around like what Grixis does and what Grixis lines are good and what to do when you're in doing Grixis things and when you are crying to a graph digger's cage, you know. That's my knowledge. That's the
Uh,
extent.
I vibe with that. I've kind of I'm originally a Magda player, but kind of for the past like I guess year now, I've been playing Tim Jessica, so I've been kind of going for that higher pace, kind of more
Okay.
open-ended things. I mean, I've played a lot of different
Nice.
decks over the last 2 years, but that's kind of been what I
Mm-hmm.
settled with. So I get what you were saying before about Necropotence, for example, and the Graph Digger's
Mm-hmm.
Cage as well. I tell you what,
Yeah.
my greatest fear: Weathered Runestone.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's
Always,
so
always,
rough.
yeah.
It's yeah. Have you played around with Dargo Timna at all? Now that the altar has dropped? Have you been looking into
No.
that recently?
Uh, I'm very much of the opinion, and this might frustrate people in chat, that if you're not playing Jessica Timna out of all, I can see some arguments for Rock Timna, and I understand why people would play Dargo Timna, but I think that
Yeah.
Jessica Timna is just straight up the best choice out of all of those. Because you don't
Oh,
have
okay,
access to
okay.
like some of the things that, for example, Dargo would have access to in Dargo Thrasios when you got things like Greater Good, among other pieces that could be potentially relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Dargo generally wants to be playing that grindier game plan with a Timna at any point in time, really. Whereas, for example, if you're
Mm-hmm.
playing with a Jeska, obviously you can get those mana outlets, but you can also just use Jeska to like kill 30 creatures, which is really nice.
Mm. Okay. Damn, I'm happy that Pontus isn't here right now because he would be screaming. He would be he would
You'd be
go
scrapping.
absolutely crazy hearing this. This is blasphemy to him. Yeah. No, but I see what you're saying. But yeah, I think that the altar specifically has brought the deck to be so strong, right? But I've never played much Mardu. I've only been hearing what Pontus' opinion of the matter is, so I don't have much to say here. But
It's not your
yeah,
horse to bet on. Yeah, no, I get that.
yeah.
I don't have like a hate for any of the other decks. I just look at them and I'm like, I, I oftentimes, which is definitely a real problem for me, is when you're like comparing decks and you're like, oh, how does this compare to X? And when I
Mhm.
compare it to Jeska, it doesn't have it tries to force itself to go fast, but it doesn't go as fast as a deck like Rogsai. It doesn't have that adaptability, is my kind of opinion. And Tinra is a
Mhm.
card that you kind of have to be really careful with. Either you're rolling on it, or you have to be really careful with the balancing. And I think the pace of the way you want to play the game has to really shift around that, and it can be hard. I haven't played Dargo Timna. I might give it a try sometime, but there's a lot of
Mhm.
other decks that I could be playing. Like for example, the top 4 decks that we've got coming your way, because we
Oh.
have some pretty spicy stuff. And kicking it off with one of my favorite brewers, I've been playing his Narset build a little bit as well, dipping my toes into blue. It is Fervent Alchemist. Unless I'm misreading the links. Yes, no, that is Fervent Alchemist playing K9 Mark 1. Love the robot dog. I did watch Doctor Who, so I vibe with that. And the Fugitive Doctor. So this is a Teamer deck that I assume is based around Displacer getting a Teamer Sabertooth, and as well as some Jewelcaster lines.
Oh, wait, I didn't know this. We have Kai in the top 4.
Yeah, it's late.
Damn.
It's
That's
a real treat.
that's gonna be fun, man. The best CDH player. He's the best CDH player of all time. Let's go. Kai, ladies and gentlemen. We have the we have a CDH legend. Who else do we have on this top 4?
Espen. Oh, we're going to a break. Oh my god. Sorry. I didn't see a message saying, hey, go to break. My bad.
Okay,
Cliffhanger.
okay. That's a
That's all right.
cliffhanger.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Chaos Pantheon tournament, the inaugural one. Finally getting some games in for the European crowd, and we are finally here in the finals. I keep on saying the word final, but I am Rook, and I'm joined by Furlough, not final. And we are ready for an absolute corker of a pod with, frankly, a really weird smattering of decks, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's an interesting final pod here. We're like having way too many, or too many, way more teamer decks than expected, right? Um, this is like the dream for our teamer enjoyers, I guess. We have Thrasios Rogue going in. He's in fourth seat right now, or I mean first seat. Going uh, going right after him, we have a Bruce Harl Malcolm deck. We didn't get to see much of them in the last round, but they got a pretty solid win there with the Glinthorn. And then we have T Dynamant playing Clue Farm, doing apparently pretty well with that deck. And then we have Kai, Fervent Alchemist, running his dog deck, K9 Mark, and the Fugitive Doctor. Yeah. What do you think about these decks? Give me your first opinions and like some sort of.
Normally when I come into a day, I'm not normally like, the normalist deck, the most normal deck at the table is the Thrasios Rogue deck. I don't think it's a bad deck, don't get me wrong, I think it's actually pretty solid, but it's not normally the deck I'm looking at for some normalcy, right? But I'm looking around here with Bruce Toll Malcolm, with Bjorna, Wernock, and K9 Doctor, and I really think it is kind of pretty normal, right? You're looking to use that Rogue to get some kind of early mana advantage, and then play a slightly more difficult to interact with game plan, most likely with the green colors available. And it's got a really good mid-range Slan. And I think it puts it in a really interesting position when you've got some other decks that don't necessarily want to be playing as fast. I think that Malcolm Bruce again is a deck that wants to be grinding. I think we were talking about it earlier. Really wanted to be playing Delney, unfortunately isn't, but likely would after this weekend. And as well, Clue Farm, a deck that has the ability to really grind, creating some of those tokens to give it that power. And I mean, I don't know what Kai's deck is planning to do here, but the rest of it seems to really line up.
Yeah, it's so the thing about Kai's deck is that like the Fugitive Doctor basically acts as a replacement for Thrasios here because it allows you to basically do food chain things if you're doing that. I don't think Kai's on food chain, but no, he's not. Looking at the deck list, but you can do your dockside loops, and then when you flip your Fugitive Doctor, you can investigate, and then you can basically draw out your entire deck. Basically functions the same way that the Clue Farm deck functions after a dockside loop, generating all of these clues and drawing your deck that way, just like a Thrasios would do. So yeah, there's definitely spice that we have. And I agree with you. It's like the Rogue Thrasios is generally not the deck that I would feel comfortable being the most normal deck in a pod, right? It makes it so difficult to like threat assess because you like have to stop for a second and try to take a deep breath and like interpret, okay, what does my opponent's actually do to try to win the game? What kind of game actions am I gonna expect from these decks? And I don't know, coming into this like pretty much uncharted territory for me at least, it's like it could be make for some interesting gameplay at least.
I generally agree, and I'm looking towards, in particular, these green decks. for the ones to really be in control of this game, right? Because I'm looking at the rest of them and going, do they have the necessary pieces to really interact with or deal with the kind of more creature-based combos or the ways to generate the mana that they're looking for? And I don't know if Glow or T Dynamite do. I'm trying to look through the lists right now, but instead they themselves are running a decent amount of creatures, lots of ways to kind of deal with the classic blue cards, the kind of blue counter spells that you would care about in this format, but a few less ways to deal with creatures than usual, at least from my perspective. Obviously, you've got the swords, you've got a deadly relic for the clue farm, but other than that, kind of missing some of the other pieces. Maybe a cyclonic rift would help in some of these situations, but these guys might not have the ways to deal with what Espen and Kai are really looking to put on the board.
No, for sure. Like one of the notable or the things to note in this matchup is that like what Teamer really does well is having access to Dockside Extortionist and putting Dockside on the board. And like when you're playing like Bruce Tarl and when you're playing Malcolm, you want to generate all of these treasures, and we're playing Clue Farm, you want to generate a bunch of clues, right? You want to you're generally having your deck generally feeds Dockside a little bit more, so they're gonna be they have to be a little bit careful of how much they put into the Dockside count here going through these first couple of turns, because this is gonna be super explosive this game for sure.
I think it's been an interesting start so far. Very shocked to see Espen not play anything on turn one. I mean, you as a ROG side player might know what's wrong with this picture. Espen hasn't played out the ROG, belies that maybe something else is going on here, or is expecting to be able to play it out fine later. But a bit of a shock to me, at least initially, to not see that.
Yeah.
And Glow kicks things off with that Chrome Mock, so actually starting to propel themselves forwards, which seems a little bit better for them.
So where the moments where I don't play Rograk on the first turn, there is two reasons for not playing Rog. Actually three, and one of them is forgetting Rog that I have it. But we miscounting that, there is either the case that they're sitting on a Bergie, for example. So they want to go Ancient Tomb and they want to play Bergie, play Rog, play a Lotus Petal or something, and then generate mana to do a wheel or something, and they're looking pretty solid. And the other case is when you're scared of like a Bowmaster and you're probably not going to be facing a Dranith anytime soon. So you have the option of just like playing around it. Yeah, I guess those are the only options. The Bergie is the most likely here, so I would assume that maybe it's gonna be a Bergie at one point
Espen
or
is
another.
not running Bergie in their list.
Interesting. My Discord is cutting out again, so
can you hear me?
Keep doing your thing, man.
Okay,
You're
that's
doing
fine.
great.
I will.
I'll be there in a second.
Okay, I will keep talking. Yeah, there is no Bergie. There seems to be one Orcish Bowmaster. I was a bit surprised to see this, but maybe trying to keep it out of fear of that, just trying to make sure that their next turn is definitely going to happen. I get that from Espen here, trying to make sure that they can have access to what they need to do. I didn't actually see what creature it was that was just played by Kai. I'm trying to figure out what it is. I've got a picture of all his different cards. Oh, that is K9. So played out K9. Didn't notice that it was gone from the command zone. And yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense to play out turn one, right? If you've got nothing better to do, might as well play your one drop. But it's going to be Rog coming down now with the backup of a gamble coming through here for Espen, looking to maybe put a little bit more pressure on the board with either dropping down the Thrasios or maybe looking to play out a Mystic Remora. But they're a little late here.
Yeah, very interesting. I think the pressure has gotten to him a little bit. I think that's why we see the sequencing, I think. Because now he might be able to Mindbreak trap this Remora, which is going to be super relevant here. I think. Because this Mystic Remora is going to be a very crucial part of this game. If
Yeah.
that resolves, it's gonna influence the game state pretty heavily, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I
even
think if
though
Espen is looking for that, you know that there's maybe not so much else going on in the back of that hand. And if you could stop that, that means Espen obviously is going to be quite hamstrung in the way they're going to be playing this. Maybe dropping out the Thrasios and following the deck title and just looking for some sort of advantage over a lot of turns, but doesn't have access to a lot of mana right now. And I think that's the big problem. I was looking to this deck to have access to a lot of mana, to have ways to try and force something out a little earlier. But right now, I don't see that.
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
Ooh, that's a land.
That's a land. Okay.
Yes, it is. Is that
All
Flooded
right.
Strand?
All right. Playing our Mystic Remora that we found off the gamble. That's... We are picking up our Mental Misstep. Are we playing it? No. There's no Mental Misstep. Okay, perfect. We're looking solid. We're golden. Okay. Yeah. Notably, there wasn't a between like going just land Remora on the first turn and going Remora on the second turn, because the Remora going in on the first turn is not gonna stick around as long as the Remora on the second turn. So this Remora sticking is like actually a lot more scary than Remora on the first turn, probably.
Yeah.
If we think that the game is going to run as long as it probably is going to in this pod. There's a lot of grind going on here between these decks.
Yeah, with the Malcolm already coming down, you could say Glow is settling in for the long game, most likely. Has access to a lot of mana, and obviously he's going to get even more with that Malcolm. Has a lot of creatures in this deck. I cannot stress that enough. You look at this deck and you're like, well, with the Malcolm, you can present a win very quickly. But obviously, you have to get to that cut. You don't have access to black. You don't have access to green. Getting access to the... I'm trying to remember the name for it. Wait, are they even on it? Wait, what? Are they not?
Wait, which one?
Oh, no, they are. Sorry, I just couldn't see Glinthorn Buccaneer. I'm blind. Getting access to that Glinthorn is quite hard in this situation. You don't have many ways to fetch it, basically. So Glow is going to try and make up with cards like Grazalax. We were chatting about it before. Draw cards when you hit people. And also brings a little bit of double effect to cards like Dockside. If someone blocks it, you get that right back. You get to put it right down. Or look for cards like Imperial Recruiter to make sure you can get that into hand ASAP. Really using that mana effectively.
Yeah, for sure. So, what are we thinking about the Tia Dynamite's hand? Do we know what Muldi we're down to? It looks like a 7 almost, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. It's their turn 2. Yeah, this is that was a 7. They kept. I mean,
yeah.
I would normally look at it and go, "Oh wow, well they kept the Soul Ring, so it must be a good hand." But there doesn't seem to be a lot of backup behind this. And colorless mana generally tends to accelerate you, whereas colored mana wins games. And right now they're lacking, for example, the access to everything they need to maybe drop some of their creatures and get something going.
Yeah. So what I'm scared about looking at the Dynamite's hand here from the other player's perspective is like they kept a 7. I assume this is an intuition, right?
Yeah.
It might very well be. Okay.
Well, it could be worse. That's honestly the least problematic thing I've probably said. I'm looking at that and I'm like, oh no, please don't say it's the opposition agent. But it's just the Archivist of Ogma. I honestly breathe a sigh of relief. Sure, they're getting cards, but at least you're not getting screwed on your crop rotation.
Yeah, for sure. It's like I've had so many moments ever since the printing of that card that I've actually gotten to the point where my instinct tells me that my main reaction is like, okay, I get a little bit angry because I was like, why did you scare me like this? I thought it was an opposition agent. Why I'm like, that's my initial reaction to people playing that card against me now. It scared me for no reason.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think it's an interesting point about this deck, though, is that when we talk about the opposition agent, is that this is the only deck with access to black here. And we were talking before about the velocity of colors. And I'm looking at black and I'm going, well, obviously you lose access to things like Orcish Bowmaster if you're not taking it, and the opposition agent kind of as a secondary thing. But very importantly, you lose access to things like Adnors, to things like the tutors, which are always so effective. And I'm really looking at T Dynamite because now they're going to have a couple more copies of a very important card in their hand, and they can really turn it into a big advantage if they just, explode out of nowhere. And keep in mind as well, they're only 1 mana off of Adnors if they were trying to go for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
It's slow. The turn 3 Adnors is not the fastest thing in the format, but I think against these guys, it certainly could come to bear. It is a bit worrying doing it into the fish. Nobody has cast a single counter spell yet. There's multiple commanders out, so you do have to be wary. But if you've got some backup, if you've got like the Mindbreak Trap or something else going on along those lines, there is something you could do to try and make this work.
Yeah, you mean like an instant speed Adnos if you have the Mindbreak Trap to back you up?
That's what I'm thinking. Like in Glow's end step, maybe try and look for it. Because I think Glow is in a really strong position and is the one to be scared about mostly.
Yeah. At the same time, Kai is kind of representing like a world literature here that it could have potentially. So we have a dockside count of 4, maybe 5, depending on the treasure, right?
I think it's
I don't know if that's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. I couldn't count. I counted 6 because I counted 7, sorry, because I counted Kai's creatures, and then I remembered. Maybe not so well.
Wait, Bjorn are coming down now. Wait, is that the clue one? It's not the clue one,
It's the one that
right?
deals 1 damage by sacrificing an artifact.
Okay.
I think more importantly, that means you have access to things like D-SWAT and Deadly Roll, right?
Yeah. I guess that's the reason why we play this right now. But it's like, it's interesting because I kind of want to know what we kept in this hand. It can't be the Sol Ring and the
it feels a bit suspect,
Yeah, it's very suspect. Like Sol Ring Archivist on turn 2 in 3rd seat. I feel like a 7 is doing something much stronger than that, right?
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna see something explosive coming out of that deck anytime soon. Dockside count has been kind of low for them, so I think that something around that area might be a possibility here.
Yeah.
Kai untapping, struggling, not really finding anything.
What is that permanent that's untapped on Kai's field? I cannot see what that is.
It's an arcane signet. So they played an arcane signet.
Okay, I haven't seen that printing. There's so many printings now, man. I can't tell them all apart.
I know. Yeah. Notably, the dockside count is growing even more for the other players.
There is an emphasis on the dockside, I think, in this game, right? That's the important thing to keep in mind.
For sure. That's the card that you want to always have the back on your mind, even if, like, whether you're the player that's gonna feed the dockside, like if you're to Dynamite, there's a reason they didn't play Wernog here, right? Getting those clues, because you probably wouldn't see another turn if you did that, actually.
Yeah, I think at least with Bjorna out now, Bjorna can like sacrifice that to kill something, which is kind of nice. Can kill the K9 importantly, because it doesn't give itself ward, if I remember correctly. It says other. And also you can kill off the Bop, so the Birds of Paradise, there's a couple of good options here. I think that Bjorna is doing a little more than people might expect. As soon as Vernog comes down and makes the relevant artifacts, you know. If
Yeah.
even.
If, yeah. Big true. Yeah. Players aren't doing anything quite that scary yet, right? It's like very sluggish game for this explosive of a pod. It's like, okay. So from Glow's perspective right now, how many cards, how many treasures would we get? We have 6 treasures of Dockside. I don't know. We haven't the kind of like interesting dynamic of this game right now is that people the players haven't really presented their motivation behind keeping their hands, right? They haven't really presented anything that like, oh, you know, they kept this hand because of this card. So those cards are still in their hand, waiting to be played. So it can go either way. It's not like we're post wheel here or anything. It's like, oh, that's a Niv miss it. That's
I
a
mean,
Niv
that's
miss it.
the thing about the Malcolm, right? You could just drop the Niv Mizzet. That'll potentially do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna say I'm really looking at Glow here because as games go longer, they have a relatively lean, more pared down deck to try and play for this slightly grindier game as well with some of these creatures. And they've got access to protection, and they've got access to some of these big threats like this. And I mean, if this resolves, Glow is going to potentially just take over the game. I mean, can you even stop it from resolving? Sorry, if it stays on the field, is more what I'm going for.
Yeah, for sure.
Not if
At the
it's
same
going to
time,
resolve.
we have...
It has uncounterable.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah. It's interesting though because like we have 3 decks on the other side of the field that have access to double red blasts. I assume they run both of the red blasts and maybe also notably a lot of clone effects in this pod. Like
Terrifying.
I think Malcolm Tana run Fimage, not very good to clone Niv to because it can ping, right? It die instantly. But I think I would suspect there's a lot of like flesh duplicates. Turbo Passios running Gilded Drake that got showcased like a fair amount last game. Phyrexian meta more from them as well. K9 and Fugitive Doctor only running Fimage as the clone effect. But yeah, there's so many terrifying pieces right now that can like turn this game upside down if we get to that point. Like the green's ability to find these clone effects even is like making this even more scary, right?
Yeah. I mean,
oh, and now we see the Vernog, man.
I mean,
okay,
the Vernog...
so yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, again, it allows you to get rid of, for example, the birds, or the K9, but it kind of feels redundant, right, when there's a Niv Mizzet on the field.
Yeah, for sure. But this is interesting though. We really need to pay attention here to how the players react to if they want a clue, because it works like this, right? If you get the clue, then the other player gets a clue too, right? Or how does that work?
Yeah, if they so T Dynamite is always going to get a clue, I believe, and I think for every other time that someone else also investigates, they investigate another time. If I remember correctly, how Vernon works. Each opponent who doesn't loses 1 life. You investigate X times, where X is 1 plus the number of opponents who investigate. Yes. So
yeah,
between 1 and 4.
Okay. So I guess the thing that's very interesting to note here is like specifically Kai's his decision here on whether or not to give the double clue, right? Because it could be the fact that they don't have anything going on and they really desperately need to draw a card here. or it could be the fact that they have something to do, but they would like to have an extra tick on their dockside or whatever. Uh, I don't know how to interpret this decision right now as the other players, but it there's some sort of information to be gained from this, I believe.
Yeah.
Whether that's them being either desperate or having access to a dockside at any point soon. And it's unsure, but as time progresses, I guess we'll find out which of the two it's gonna be, right?
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting position in the game state, because as we start to get to a little bit more of a grindier position, if they don't deal with glow, this is going to be a real problem, right? Evidently. Don't deal with glow, you might just lose. This Niv Mizzet is sitting right there. They can have a ton of mana. I don't know if they're running any of the effects that make Niv Mizzet a pirate. That's my one like question mark. Maybe they do.
Oh,
But also there's like a lot of other stuff going on in this position. And if they get rid of it and we get to a grindier position, don't forget Espen is on a list that is running a bunch of big creatures. For example, the Consecrated Saints that you saw last time. That could certainly be very scary.
yeah, for sure. Yeah. Do you think we're cracking a clue here? And what did they keep? What did they keep here? I'm trying to figure out what could have possibly been kept here.
Yeah.
Because we
There's
haven't
some
really shown anything, right?
kind of weak, surprisingly weak hands, right? And I mean, these guys have been playing all day and they've been performing very well. That's why they're here in top four. And it's surprise. There must be something going on there. It's just maybe it's not the right time to go for it, right? If you pull out some kind of try and force towards a win, you don't have any protection in this hand. For example, if you're like T Dynamite here, it's not going to work out, right? There is so much waiting there. Every time an instant is cast, Glow is going to get so much more value. It's going to maybe bring down that life, maybe bring down your creatures. You really do have to be careful.
But there is a gamble. Simian Spirit Guide into gamble.
That's going to be a draw for Glow. And 1
Mm-hmm.
damage on... I'm remembering how Niv Mizzet works, right? Yeah, 1 damage to what?
1
The
damage.
The birds are gone.
Oh, the birds are gone. That's weird right now, right?
Oh no, maybe that was from Glow's first turn. But I don't know where the damage is necessarily going.
Mm-hmm. I assume that since we're resolving the gamble, I assume that it didn't go towards the dog, right?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, actually, am I? Let me look at that list. What is that K9 protecting? Kinnick? Dosan? Yeah, that's it.
I think
It's Kinnick and Dosan.
yeah.
It's not really protecting anything. I think it's just there for the extra mana, but taking that away from them would be really valuable, I think.
Yeah.
It makes that Springleaf Drum do literally nothing.
Yeah. So are we gonna entomb our dockside here, or what are we doing?
That would be very unfortunate.
Yeah.
There is...
It might not actually be a dockside. We might just get the Remora here, honestly. Because, like, you don't want to... If you don't have anything else going on, you don't want to just jam a dockside and then unlocking all of these clone effects from the opponents. You want to be more careful with that. Actually, wait, we're getting a clone effect with this, right?
Oh, yes,
so
you're so right.
Missing.
What clone effects does he have access to? Phantasmal Image.
Oh
Maybe
no,
not.
that sucks. We hate that.
Maybe not.
We're not doing that.
It's gotta be the dockside. Wheel going here.
Wheel. Oh, that's so rough. That was.
I mean, did you really want to play that wheel into this Niv Mizzet? Clear all the board and then just take over the game, right? Maybe it was tutoring gambling for a piece of removal, like the red blast that you were talking about. But you can't fight over that. How many treasures are available? Maybe 0. I don't see any treasures represented on Glow's board that I can see. So only one mana available. It might be worth going for the Reb here and trying to force something through.
Yeah. I think at the same time,
Oh, so it was
there's the
Dockside.
Dockside.
Okay, it was Dockside.
Cool. Yeah, Dockside. Let's go. It's looking like how many treasures? We're having 1 from Glow, we're having 2 from Espen, and then 2 from... That's 5 treasures right now. 5, and we have 1 extra mana, right? No, actually 2. Okay. Oh, that's a Kinnan too. Oh,
Oh, well, that seems pretty good here.
that's
So that's going to
pretty
be
good.
8 mana now for Kai available.
Yeah.
Needs access to what, however? Needs one more thing.
Yep. And this is just what we talked about, right? Like this explosiveness of this pod just showing how careful you have to be with this, like,
One thing I
Dockside
really
camp.
want to say, by the way, just so people are aware, K9 is not granting any ward to Dockside. And importantly, Kai's list, as far as I can see, in terms of returning cards back to their hand, has access to Dryad's Retrieval. Now, if you don't know Dryad's Retrieval, that's because it's a 3-mana sorcery that returns target card from your graveyard to your hand with flashback 4 and a green. You probably haven't seen it. Or maybe you have. Maybe I'm the wrong one here. If they kill off that Dockside, if Kai is like casting 2 spells to try and get something to play with this Dockside, it might not work out. But as we see that there, that is going to be a lot.
That's gonna be 5 additional. So we're looking at right now 16 mana.
Yeah.
That they have.
Again, what else is happening? What are they playing here alongside that? There has to be something else here, very important.
Yeah, for sure.
The way also must be open, right? At least from my perspective. Because otherwise you don't let this Dockside resolve in the first place. Unless you only have non-creature spell removal. Like counter, I guess.
Yeah. And also, funnily enough, we got our answer to the question we had earlier, whether or not like the getting that extra clue was representative of them having access to a Dockside, or if it was them being desperate. And I think it was the Mybrick Trap played on the image.
That makes sense. I respect that.
It makes sense. Yeah.
No way to get that back.
Although,
so
interesting, not hitting the... Or maybe, no.
I think Glow should be hitting the Dockside here. If they're not, I think it's a very suspect decision.
For sure.
But each to their own. I just think that if you take this Dockside away from this K9 Doctor deck, it's going to really struggle to make things work. It has access to a couple of other pieces. But I couldn't for the life of you tell... other than Hullbreaker Horror and doing stuff, everything else is kind of focused around basically trying to abuse Dockside as much as you can. So if you make it so they only have 1 card to get it back, oh sorry, 2, because Finale of Devastation also gets you there, apologies, it's going to really change how this deck has to play.
Yeah. I think at the same time, them not picking up the Dockside could be some sort of tell that they're looking to abuse the Dockside on board on their turn, and the Nimbus that help them draw into it. They have Fimage. I guess it's only Fimage that they have right now. But yeah, that's the only motivation I can think of to keep the Dockside on board here. Because you don't want to allow Thrasios to have an extra Dockside in their deck right now. Dockside is super, super scary for you. Because you're not looking to take any risks right now when you're this ahead as Glow, right? You want to play as safe as possible, I think.
There's no point in mucking around and finding out. And that is, I actually can't see. Maybe streamers got it better? No.
Oh, it's a flesh duplicate.
I was thinking it might be. We were talking about those clone effects, and I had access to all of them. Wow.
Yep. Yep. No, wait, it's from Espen. Flesh duplicate from Espen, right? And then there's interaction from
Oh, sorry, I
Kai.
was talking about what that blue card on top of Kai's. What is that?
Oh yeah. Wait.
Sorry, I
No,
thought it was
wait.
still Kai's
What?
turn. I'd misread the boss state.
Oh yeah.
What was
No.
that?
It was
That's
a
a Born
flesh
Upon the Wind.
duplicate on his deck.
Is it? Is that a Born Upon the Wind that was just cast, or am I crazy?
Let's ask our good people in the chat. Maybe they have some sort
They
of.
are always really good at spotting cards.
They are, right? They're the best. They're like bird watchers of cards, almost. But yeah, flesh duplicate actually coming down. I think is that a people are pointing numbers with their fingers, indicating that it's gonna be a dockside here, which is like the thing we talked about, right? You don't want to run the risk of them having a clone effect on their turn to enable
100%.
like the extra dockside in their deck. And this is exactly what happened, and we didn't ping off the dockside. But I don't know if we even had the pings to ping off the dockside at that
I
point.
don't think we did either. I think it would have survived. There was only one spell cast, and it was the Mindbreak Trap, right? Only one instant sorcery. Kai cast a gamble earlier in the turn, but that was well before the dockside hit the board, so couldn't have marked any damage there. So it would have survived anyway. But
Yeah.
I think, I mean, we didn't know where Glow put that anyway. I think Glow probably did realistically.
Yeah, it's weird because like we could have argued with the clue farm player to sacrifice the clue with the Bjorna to ping the dockside to help out if we only had access to one,
Yeah.
and which would work in our favor too because we're kind of scared of the clone effect from maybe the third clone effect. I don't know, from Kai here as the Niv Mizzet player, or as the Malcolm Bruce player rather. But anyway,
Well,
getting back to the game, how big was this dockside even? Kai didn't crack any tertiaries.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know what's underneath.
This looks like 8 to me.
Yeah, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Wait, 10. Oh my god.
I think that's an artifact underneath K9. Don't quote me on that.
That's a thing. Wait, he cast the Green Sun Zenith. Man.
That's not. I wouldn't be happy if that were me.
We are. I think
So,
we're the best
how much?
EDH analysis board that's ever existed. We perfectly predicted the flow of the game that was about to occur here. We see the flesh duplicate dockside into the second Kinnan, right? That has to be a Kinnan.
It should be Kinnan. Could be. No, I was going to say Seaborn Muse, but that does nothing for them here. And
there
every other green creature in their deck is pretty mid. They are importantly not on what's his name? Team of Sabertooth. Unlike Kai, who is, because that would I think just win here. It literally would. They've got the outlet in the Thrasios. They would have infinite mana. But this isn't a win. Important. This could be a Dosan.
It could be a Dosan, yeah.
That would be quite powerful.
Yeah.
I think if you don't know here as Glow and as Dynamite and as Kai to some extent, I would probably counter that if I can.
Yeah, for sure.
No, Espen is allowed to resolve it. It's going to be the Kinnan. Okay, honestly, it sounds bad, but that is... if it was the Dosan, I'd be a lot more scared, right?
Yeah. Not of the card itself, but, you know,
no, but
of
what it entails.
the thing that it entails, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but Kinnan... I think we have... so if X was 2, we spent 2 treasures, so we should have 1 floating, right? Wait, we got the ancient tomb there, or we tapped the ancient tomb, so we only cracked 1, meaning that we should have how many treasures left do we have? We should
I
have
think that's 6 that are showing
5.
up, but I don't know if that's right.
Yes, 6. That's basically in CDH, like converting to CDH numbers, that's basically infinite here.
Yeah, they've just got it, man. I believe. They've moved it
12
down to 5.
mana in
They've cracked one of
CDH.
those treasures. They've got a floating green. That's even more mana. Not quite
Yeah.
infinite, unfortunately. Obviously.
Yeah,
Not
it's
gonna be able to access them.
practically infinite. This is what we call
Yeah, but
practically
it's
infinite.
not literally infinite, which is the
Yes.
win for Espen here. But I
Yes,
agree,
true.
it's quite close.
Very true.
All the green fetch here is interesting, though it makes sense when you take into account that there are things like Eldritch Evolution, Finale of Devastation, Archdruid's Charm, which is a newer card, and Chord of Calling, which all want that triple green. And we're seeing something get cast with 2 green here. It's going to be the Eternal Witness getting back. There was a gamble in there, wasn't there?
That was from Kai, I believe.
No, Espen gambled on like turn 1, turn 2.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
That's very good.
I mean, they
This
need
fetches with a lot. You still have a decent amount, but you have a bunch of colors, bunch of green. You fetch up anything that would do it here, basically. It could be the Displacer Kitten. Could be the... Is there anything more in their list that does it? Hullbreaker Horror, I guess, technically. Trophy Mage would also technically do it. Alright?
Yeah, it would. That's true. I guess it's more volatile to, like, you're more vulnerable to the Niv-Mizzet ping and the Bjorna ping that's around, so might get killed off. Like, our Kinnan might die, right? At some
Yeah,
point
the
if we
Kinnan
do that.
has 1 damage marked already, for that reason, exactly.
Yeah, so I think... Yeah, it's just gonna be a Hullbreaker Horror, right? Why wouldn't we? It's so good to be able to deal
I think
with...
they have... I mean, Hullbreaker Horror really worries me because I don't know if you have enough mana to play it and then maybe defend it. If it's just
Wait, you have
Displacer
so
Kitten,
much mana left.
you have a lot... You have 3... I guess you have 6 more mana. You need 1 for that. Let me do some maths. Got 3 treasures, that's 9. You'd have...
You have 4 mana floating after casting Hullbreaker here.
Yeah, okay, that's probably enough, sure. Honestly, I just looked at Hullbreaker Horror and I'm like, big creature, be careful. But I think, honestly,
Yeah.
Displacer Kitten or that would do the job either way, because both of them have, the ability to just, like, bounce or flicker things. Obviously, the Hullbreaker Horror, pretty good because it can't be countered. So I do think that is potentially the choice here. But it seems like we've had this board and this table, and no one's had there's been 1 counter spell. There are 4 blue decks at the table. Come on, guys. Do some due diligence is the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
And you need to be a little bit more careful. No, I mean, these guys were all looking for pretty aggressive, pretty fast hands. Glow obviously can grind a little bit more, has access to that lot of mana, and that's why we see the Niv-Mizzet. But I mean, Kai was coming here to play, and so was Espen for sure. I can't really comment on T-Dynamite. That hand looks like it has something hiding in the wings,
But yeah, one thing we shouldn't forget about though is Kai has still resolved the Born Upon a Wind, right?
And technically cast spells. On top of whatever's going on here, there are still 4 mana available.
He's so sneaky with that.
He is.
I mean...
he's such a so-and-so.
That could be anything. That's funny.
I'm looking at what it could be. What would let Kai win here? Off of 4 mana. Because it's not Team of Sabertooth, importantly. They've already cast... How many cards? There are 3 cards left in hand. One of them was drawn off of the Born Upon a Wind. I believe
Yeah.
that's how Born Upon Wind works. It draws right away, not at the end, correct? Yes, draws right away.
Yeah.
4 mana, I don't know if there's anything that does it here.
No, I don't believe so. I don't think there's much going on. I think it was just a way to. I don't
Look
think
for
there was
something.
anything else than trying to interact with that Born Upon a Wind. But yeah, we should see. Oh, there's a Cloudstone Curio. That's very interesting, right?
Where's the Cloudstone Courier coming from, sorry? I'm trying to see it.
From Espen.
Oh, I
Espen
see it,
casting a
sorry. I'm
Cloudstone
blind. I
Curio.
didn't see it on Espen's board. Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? You've got, if you've got another creature cast, which you do, you have Rog right there. Rog plus Flash Duplicate, that's GG. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be because, like, yeah, as we can see, there's a ping here from Nib Missit. Along with the Bjorna, we can even ping off the dockside on Kai's board. And then the Flash Duplicate isn't doing much here, right?
True. That's actually really important here. Yeah, you're very much right. There is a way they can do something about this. And basically be uninteractable with what Espen is trying with like Espen likely won't have a way to counter the direct damage coming out from Niz. You're completely right. So there is a way to stop this, albeit a worrisome one.
Oh, Fierce.
Maybe it was
trigger
going for
Nib
the
Missit.
Trophy Mage. Maybe the Trophy Mage was the angle, you know?
Yeah. I mean, maybe. Like, I
Or
still think the Hullbreaker Horror was better,
yeah,
right?
because you
Because
could
we had the
remove the Niv
protection.
Mizzet right away, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then you have the
you were right, I
protection, and
think.
you have the Fierce. Like, yeah, interesting choice. But then again, he could be just like toying with his food and like still having the
We
whole.
actually don't need another spellcast either way from Glow, or anyone else on the board, because in the worst case scenario here, T Dynamite can use Bjorna in order to pin down the last remaining card.
Yeah.
The dockside should be dead here.
The
If it's
dockside
not,
should definitely be dead here. Yeah.
it might be the Kinnan. The Kinnan is not a bad shout either, but also the dockside needs to die.
We definitely need to do one ping on the dockside so we have the option to work together with the Bjorna to kill it off at whenever we need it to be killed off, right? Yeah, there's the one ping on the dockside. That's probably very much needed here since we're going
That means at
up
any
against
point in
the
time,
Cloudstone.
T Dynamite could kill two very relevant creatures in the Kinnan and the dockside.
Yeah. Oh, we got the deflecting SWAT. Okay. Trigger Niv Missit.
That's the thing. Glow is absolutely loving this situation, right? Look at those cards in hand. Everybody else is like, yeah, let's go for it, guys. Espen really pushes in for it. Almost is finding the win. But look who's sitting in the back, right? Glow is waiting right there with a big old dragon powering them through this situation. They can spend the cards. They can spend the interaction. It really doesn't matter to them because they have gas for days.
I know, right? This is, I don't know. This is looking like a Glow game right now. The Malcolm Bruce player just turning the tables. Looking pretty solid there with like the Malcolm also, right? We can just hang out and maybe draw into our. Do we run Curiosity effects? We do. We run Curiosity in this deck. So
I mean, sure.
drawing into like an E-tutor or drawing into the Curiosity is gonna be just what we want to look to do here, right? All the interaction spent, whatnot. We can be pretty certain that our spells is gonna resolve on our turn.
Yeah. And I mean, even if they don't, keep in mind, Glow still has 11 cards in hand. Every time you cast a spell that's going to interact, Glow will draw a card and get to deal 1 damage. 1 damage is less relevant now, but there's still a lot that they can do here. This is very much kind of fallen into the hands of Glow because of this patient play, because they had that mana, they used it effectively, and put themselves in a position to really shoot down whatever was happening here, right? Like, we saw this counterspell war to like make something happen. Frankly, all of it was kind of a facade, in my opinion, because Glow had the ability to kill that Dockside, had the ability to kill that that Kinnan. We still had more from T Dynamite. This game is very much in the hand of those who are playing it the more grindy way this time round, right? I was really expecting to see the green decks have that ability to kind of just play out creatures, and they're really hard to interact with. But when you have a way to remove stuff like that, Niv Mizzet, it makes a world of difference.
Oh, this is interesting. Not only from the fact that you have to respond to this somehow, right? You can't allow another Dockside to happen, right? But then again, is there a reason to ping off the Eternal Witness? What do we have in the graveyard that's relevant to us right now?
Oh, it's copying the Flesh Duplicate, which is a Dockside. That's fair. I mean, if another spell is cast again, Glow and T Dynamite can kill that to stop the Dockside. You know?
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's the thing.
The other part about this is you've got to keep in mind that, yeah, Espen is in this position where they have all this mana, but importantly, they don't have much else going on. That's one card in hand, right?
Yeah.
They can draw, but it's really inefficient. You're not going, oh yeah, I really want to pump all my mana into Thrasios without kind of playing that longer game plan. This is not where Espen wants to be.
Oh, this is brutal. Okay. But I assume since we since we didn't get like an ETB of any sort, I assume that's a new message, right? So that we have.
Yeah.
Espen sitting on the new message.
What? I assume it's the Niv Mizzet. It's either that or it's Kinnan because it works better for Espen's deck. I assume it's the Niv Mizzet, however.
Yeah, I think it is.
If we can get a confirm on that, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
Trying to keep an eye on every single chat. We got like 4 chats going on, mate.
So my first reaction to this, as the other players, is I'm trying to ask Glow, how many cards do you have inside of your hand right now?
11. A terrifying number.
Oh, they had 11.
They got 11
at
the top, yeah.
Oh, that's so nice of them to have that. Okay.
You can tell they've been in this situation before where they've just had tons of cards in hand. What a nice life it must be to play blue. Ugh.
11 cards. That's what we want to be. Untapping with 11 cards after a stack war. That's the way I want to play Magic. Like every game, I want all of my games to play out just like that. Like there's a stack war, I come out on top, and then I untap with the 11 cards. That's what I want to do.
That does sound pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. And keep in mind as well, like Glow is one of the players in this game who is in no way, shape, or form lacking for that mana, right? They started things out, they played out that Chrome Mox, they've got the Malcolm, they've got so much going their way, they have the cards, they have the mana, and when you've got 11 cards in hand, sometimes it can be, maybe it's interaction, maybe it's lands. Land, not the worst here. They can crack their Fiery Islet if they need to, and also it means that there's very unlikely to be very little interaction in this hand. So that means Glow probably has straight gas, guys. Well, I actually say that, and I've thought about it a little more, and I reminded myself that Glow is also on cards like Dauntless Dismantler and Fairy Mastermind, which, while not bad cards, don't really put you in a position where you want to be right now on this deck. But there are other pieces which could be very helpful.
There's a gamble. We're looking for the curiosity, right? That's what we're doing.
It's got it. That's one ping as well. What's that going towards?
I mean, maybe Glinthorn actually is more likely to resolve, right?
Either one.
But yeah, either one. We don't care.
2/4.
That's crazy. So yeah, I guess the only thing stopping us here is like the gamble itself, right? That's the only thing keeping us from winning here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the life, baby.
Yeah.
So we were talking about velocity for red, and sometimes that velocity is straight into the bin, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
okay. This game is against Glow, and the text on the card gamble right now. Yeah. Still, there's a
yeah.
lot of hand cards on like T Dynamite. I'm still so curious what those cards are because most of them are still from Mulligan, right?
Yeah, I think maybe T Dynamite looked at this pod and went, okay, I'm going to keep a hand with a Soul Ring, a vague draw outlet. I mean, Archivist can do some work sometimes, but is not always the best. And maybe
Mhm.
like, I don't know, the 3 pieces of interaction they've used so far, they have been very heavy on that. And I respect keeping something, but at the
Yeah.
same time, it's a little worrying if you have no way to actually push the advantage that you get from having the interaction at the right time.
Yeah, 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 it's true. I guess like if you keep this handlers don't really grind. You don't even want to play them, right? Because you're feeding this turbo dockside decks like that's looking to do some sort of loop at one point. Um, so there's got to be something. I believe that there has to be something more to it than this, but it's not gonna be relevant anytime soon, right? Because Glow is resolving the gamble, and yeah, getting the Glinthorn, getting the protection. It might even be like that we have so many payoffs in our hand that we're
Yeah.
just looking for the Grand Abolisher, right? That could be the thing.
That's true. I mean, you're unlikely to hit the card you went for when you already had like 11 cards in hand. I think 10, because obviously you cast the
Yeah.
gamble and you put something back in, so it remains at 11. Would have been 12 from drawing at the start of the turn. It's unlikely, right, that Glow is going to
Wait.
discard the relevant card, and I don't think that Blind Obedience, funnily enough, was it.
Oh,
So
it wasn't it. It wasn't
yeah,
it.
that's got to
Tapping
be
mana.
at least a represented win, right?
I sure hope so. I think it has to be, right? Okay, tapping mana, tapping the correct mana. I see. As a Glinthorn. There we go. Okay. I would be shocked if there's anything to stop this right now.
It can't be. Not a creature counterspell. After all this time, in multiple pretty dire straits versus Kai versus Espen, there's no way T Dynamite, for example, has one.
No
That's a
way,
forcible,
man.
baby. That'll do it.
No way, though.
There has to be a
Okay.
counterspell back though.
Yeah, but even if there is a counterspell backup, there's a Niv Mizzet pinging that Malcolm, right? So it's just like it doesn't even matter if he
How much mana does he have?
counterspells this.
Not a lot. Yeah. That Malcolm
Oh
only
wait,
has 2 HP.
wait.
Malcolm should be potentially dead if one more cast. Yeah.
I'm so sorry for my ignorance. By the way, does Glinthorn win with Niv Mizzet? Is that like? Is that
No, I don't think so. I could
okay?
be wrong.
Okay.
I might also be ignorant. That's fine. Let me just
All
make sure. Let me
the
read Glinthorn. No, because you draw a
okay,
card when an
fantastic.
instant or sorcery is. No, when you draw a card, you deal 1 damage. When you deal 1 damage, you draw a card. That's what Curiosity says. The second part.
Okay.
Glinthorn says whenever you discard a card, it deals 1 damage. But importantly, Glinthorn would make a treasure, right? That's what it does, and it allows you to pump it into itself to discard a card to draw a card.
Mhm. Okay, so Malcolm died. I see.
Malcolm is dead. But that
He died.
just delays the inevitable here, really. Unless they can deal with this Niv Mizzet, things don't get much better with 10 cards in hand and counting from Glow. I mean, sure, they're lacking mana this turn, but can you say for sure that they won't be lacking mana next turn? That they will be lacking mana next turn?
you would think that they had like because they're playing Jessica, right? They're playing a breach deck, I'd assume. Let's go check their deck list here.
I mean,
They're
they've got
playing
access to a
breach,
dockside of their own. They've got access to a whole bunch of mana rocks. But they need to hit them, importantly. I did not realize as well that this deck is also running Jit. Glow is running Jit. Like straight, actual, factual Umazawa's Jit. Which goes hard, actually. Kind of vibing with it.
It goes hard. It does go hard. What does it do though? What does it do for you in the deck? Does it do anything with Malcolm?
It works with the fact that you have 21 creatures, and you're swinging at your opponents to potentially kill them. Because Glow is here for a long time and a good time, you know.
Bro, this is uncharted territory. I'm this is off the radar for me. We're doing
for a
crazy
rockside
game
player,
like this
you
right
haven't had this situation before, you know.
What's a forest? Is my reaction to
What the hell is that?
that. Okay. Well, it looks like Kai
I got them to
actually.
pass. Wow.
That's crazy. What? How did that happen? 2 back-to-back turns were. That should have been game.
Wait, how did the? Oh no, it got countered.
Damn. That is wild. And cool at the same time. Interesting. Very interesting. This is. I don't know. What do you think about this game now? Who's looking favored right now?
Well,
If you're gonna.
I said before that I think Kai's deck is really solid to take advantage of these openings. But with the dockside in the bin, I'm worried it's not going to be them, right? They've only got a couple of ways to get it back, and they're not very mana efficient. And frankly, now that the treasures are gone, they actually don't have that much mana. So it's not Kai. For me,
Yeah.
maybe T Dynamite has it. They have 4 mana available to them, which doesn't really feel like enough. They've got a couple of cards in the graveyard, which could fuel a breach win. But they'd have to have everything else basically in hand. I'm a little bit suspect of that happening here.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at Espen, right? There's a lot available to them. They've got a lot of pieces in the grave. They should be able to find something. And they've got access to their own Niv Mizzet. They're in a really good spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Speaking of like the position of Kai, exiling that Spellseeker was probably the most brutal way possible of that last turn playing out, right? You didn't it like it hurt badly to exile that Spellseeker.
Image copy dockside, which is the flesh duplicate. For those of you who are not aware, that is in fact a dockside, which is going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 treasures.
Yeah.
I think if I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
This is like it's turning out to be a memory game. This game, right? We have all these clone effects. All of these clone effects being things that got played like a century ago, and we have to remember which cards are which, and like which copies are copies of copies. You know.
Yeah.
Which abilities gets transferred? Which color is this right now? You know.
It does become complicated.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, my assumption, it is a copy of the dockside, because you just can't copy the Niv. It just gets pinged. It just does.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, for sure. Dockside is making a lot of mana. Wait, why is it looking like 10?
It's 9. It should be. That looks like
9.
4 and 4. But maybe I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I count 9, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like this
Oh,
pod
maybe
is
the thing under the
so
Chrome box is
explosive.
just the actual exile for the Chrome box, and I'm miscounting that.
Yeah,
Okay, maybe.
yeah. I think our prophecy was like the closest thing to reality that it ever could be. Is like the explosiveness of a pod which has the green to tutor up a dockside, along with a clue farm player in the pod, and all
Yeah.
of these like clone effects left and right is like it's so insanely explosive that you can never like count a player out from winning the game, right? You could be sitting there with like no cards in hand, and you just clone a dockside from nowhere, and then you get there, right?
I think you're absolutely right, and I love the fact that you used the word explosive because that absolutely was it, right? It was kind of Glow who set the fuse. You could hear it hissing, right? As the Niv-Mizzet went down, everybody else was like, all right, well, we've only got a little bit of time left. Someone has to go. And it was Kai. Jumped on it right away, went, okay, I'm going to go for it. We saw that there was
Cool.
minimal interaction for those non-creature threats. For those not for those creature threats. And Kai almost made it. Unfortunately, ran out of gas. There was a little bit of interaction. Nesbitt went, right, it has to be. It's my time to go. And attempted to go for it
Yeah.
as well. But with the Niv-Mizzet, with all the cards they're drawing, it was not just enough. And finally, with everybody else managing to stop them, even Glow hasn't won. So that bomb still hasn't gone off. And a silence is yet another prelude to an explosion.
Yeah. Kind of thinking back, by the way, there was an interesting point that we kind of missed, by the way, that got revealed when the Force of Will got played. But let's talk about it later, because now there's a silence on the stack at the moment, which is kind of terrifying right now. We're probably not be we won't be seeing much more of this game if this resolves, right?
Yeah.
Dockside count is enough to go infinite with a dockside loop. We could do breach. We could do
Yeah. I mean, that's if they can play the. They'd have to get the dockside back from the quote unquote dockside back from the graveyard.
yeah.
I think. Also, if there's a fight over this, you kill the flesh duplicate, right?
Uh, the flesh.
The flesh
Yeah, I believe
duplicate
so.
pretending
Yeah.
to be the dockside,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
But this could just be breach, right?
Yeah.
There's
I
so
believe so.
you've
You're
mentioned
in
before,
Jeskai.
so many cards in hand, right? For T Dynamite, we were watching and waiting for something to happen from them, and now everybody's tapped out. Everybody's gone for it, right? And now they're really looking for their chance.
Yeah. It's actually unbelievable we even got to this point. This is like this is so insane that we even got to the point where we untap as T Dynamite here. That's actually crazy. So, um, what are we talking about right now? What do you think?
They're talking
Can
about
you hear?
countering the silence. I've got like the sound on, the little sliver, so I can hear them a little bit, but without it,
Oh, okay.
speaking to me directly.
Yeah.
They said something about countering it, and there it is. There is the swan song. And again, I mean, Glow has invested a lot of pieces of interaction in this game, but there's still going to be more coming, especially with that Niv out.
Yeah. Yeah. What are we even pinging right now? What should we
It's to
ping
be the
with
flesh,
this?
right?
Yeah. These docksides need to get off the table. Like we can't have these docksides stick around.
There's nothing important on T Dynamite's board as well. Like, unless you're
No.
worried that T Dynamite is going to use this mana to cast an Admirals, which, I mean, if they do, fair play to them. They're real for that.
Yeah.
But it's a very big question, right? Like, I think there are more pressing threats at the table.
Yeah. You know what I'm thinking right now as T Dynamite that I want to resolve? I want a mnemonic betrayal right now. Like right about now, I would like to have that card inside of my hand. That would be cool. That's my thought process as T Dynamite here. That's gonna be game winning, right? Yeah. So Fierce Guardianship on the stack, targeting the Swan Song. That's targeting the Silence. That did resolve, and then Silence back on the stack. Maybe a way of pushing back the priority to see if there's any other point of interaction. Espen revealing hand to show that they're not sandbagging here and not being like priority bullied back to oblivion.
I mean, there's only so much you can do, right? I mean, despite the
Yeah,
fact that they're also drawing off of these instants and sorceries, I mean, you've still got to hit those cards. And yes, there's a lot of interaction in this deck, but overall, let's say like I'm not going to count very quickly how many there are, but let's say there's like 12 counter spells or something, which I don't even think there are. That's 12 out of, like, let's say there's like 85 cards more than the deck. You've got to hit those, and it's very unlikely that you're necessarily gonna. Or at least it's not unlikely that you won't.
what card did we play there? I can't really tell.
Hasn't cast anything yet. There we go. That is.
That is a card.
Is that? I thought it was like Drown in the Lock for first. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. But it's not.
It looks like it.
Maybe it is.
Okay.
Let me check the list.
No, it's a Limdol's Vault actually.
Oh, it's a Limdol's Vault. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Right color.
Okay.
Wrong vibe.
Interesting. Not the card I was expecting to see, right?
I mean, they've got the health to make it work, and importantly, they do have a treasure to crack.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Or you mean a clue, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
You're
Yeah, clue.
right.
That's the one. Thank you.
That is very true. Yeah, I didn't consider that at all, but yeah, we're looking for Breach, Intuition, DT, anything. Either of those win the game, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully not.
It should. I mean, in this case, it's DT, get Breach, DT. Yeah, and then you play the LED, and then yeah, you win, right? There's enough cards in graveyard, I believe, from all the counter spells and everything that has been cast. I can't imagine this deck not working, right?
Yep.
The silence, I believe, resolved as well.
Yeah, the silence resolved, right?
You, as long as you don't have to lose all your health, which I don't think you feasibly can.
Yeah.
you need 6 health. You need 7 health remaining. Oh no, because you got to cast the thingies. Let's say you leave yourself with like 14 health, because every time you cast a brain freeze as well, you do have to be wary.
Yeah.
For Tomb Down, but it's DT to win here, I assume.
Yeah.
Actually, what did they have untapped? There's a Springleaf Drum. Okay. They are 1 mana off of going DT Brain Freeze. Sorry, DT. I'm trying to think. Sorry, so they have to crack the clue, which is 2 mana.
Mm-hmm.
They have 5 mana after that, so they actually can't go DT Breach DT.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. That's true.
So it has to be something else.
Yeah. Mnemonic Betrayal.
Get Breach, cast. Oh! There's a gamble in that bin, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
Oh no,
yeah,
maybe that's a different bin. There have been a lot of gambles this game.
Oh yeah, right.
I don't know if it's in theirs, but they can get the Limdals again.
I think that. I mean,
they've got again. So someone pointed out very importantly, Fimage is in the bin, which you can recast for the dock side. But the thing we're really missing out on here is why the heck is that dock side on Espen's board still alive? If they are not killing this is a huge slipper. As soon as you see that DT cast, right, you need to be killing it. You 100% have to be killing it. It dies in just 2 hits. It's just 1 card cast. They have to be careful about this. As you mentioned before, and as someone just mentioned in chat as well, meme betrayal would do it.
Yes, definitely.
I'd be shocked if it didn't, frankly, because there's
Yes.
2 gambles, dockside, and more, and a wheel if you need it.
Yeah.
Though you have to be
Yeah.
careful about wheel, because wheel actually might kill you. Because it
That's
means
true.
it means the Fibbage players draw 7 each and kill you. So not wheel. Don't cast wheel. That's actually grief. Don't listen to me. But on a more serious note, finding the win it's got to be something along the lines of something that's in their bin or the meme betrayal.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they're in the meme betrayal. Let me check. Let me check if they're in the meme
I would be kind of I would feel pretty much comfortable with just like seeing the dockside, the
No
Kinnam,
meme.
and the double gamble in the opponent's bin, and
There's no
then
meme
on
betrayal.
top of that,
There's
no meme betrayal. That is cool. Okay, interesting.
No. Okay, I was thinking about Savine's wreck, but no.
No,
I
then
was
they
trying to
get
think,
double
how are you
double
doing this?
coin. It's
I'd be shocked if they don't have it, but
Yeah, me too, right? I think we need to like do social service and like buy them a copy of Meme Betrayal if this doesn't work out.
that's such a rogue side player thing to say.
I know. Everything I say is such a rogue side thing. I am rogue side. That is me. I'm that person.
I mean, you're real for it. You're real for it. Okay, I'm looking again through the list, and I'm trying to find and see if there's anything else they can do. If we didn't see Light of Flame. Oh, okay, that'll do it. They can go for thingy. They're good. They're chilling. They're balling.
Wait, what are we doing? Sorry.
The Rite of Flame means that they have the 1 mana that we were talking about to do crack clue breach DT breach. Sorry, DT breach DT, which you instantly get, which is cheap. They've got like
that is cool.
7 or 8 cards in bit, I think.
Yeah. Might be an extra Rite of Flame in some graveyard at this point. Who knows?
No.
But
I don't think I've
maybe.
seen the Rite of Flame at least come from anyone else.
Nah. Theory. Killing off the Dockside Flesh Duplicate. Now that we have the inevitable breach coming down at some point anytime soon. Yup. We're just like this point of the game is just a formality. I think at this point we're just doing the ritual of allowing them to maybe do some sort of miscounting of mana, maybe. It's looking like they have it pretty much locked up here.
And their win includes Historical, I assume. Yeah, naturally. I was trying to think if like there was any way that they might die to damage from the win nivs, but I don't think they do. Importantly, they did kill off the dockside / flesh duplicate that was there. So they were aware of that, thank God. I was like, no, please, don't do it.
Yeah.
But they were aware. That's good. I'm just trying to think now. 1, 2. They need to hit 11 casts. 1, 2. There have been so many cards there. There's no way they need 11 casts of instants of sorceries. That means they would have to do. No, there's literally no way they can whiff. I think.
No, it's
11, 9, so 8.
Wait, what did it cost? Oh, good. We have the dockside. Okay, cool.
Oh,
Wait.
okay. And the Cloudstone. Oh, okay.
Wait.
That works too. They must have had one of the pieces in their hand. That is information that we couldn't have known. That's fine. All right, gets the curio.
But I feel like this is like a little bit unsafe, right? I don't know. Maybe no, it's not because there's a silence, so they can't do anything, right?
And they can't kill them because they're not casting they're not casting intercessor sorceries. So yeah, that's GG. They're gonna draw their deck.
No,
they're gonna draw their deck and then just cast the Oracle. Yeah.
Yeah. That's game. The Clue Farm player takes it. Damn, that's insane. That game was so back and forth. It's unbelievable that Espen played out that turn and had to pass the turn out after getting shut down by the Niv player. And then I'm tapping with like 11 cards and all the mana in the world and gamble that resolved. And then had to pass their turn in the end. That's actually insanity that happened. That's so crazy.
The thing is, right?
And then
is
Dynamite just taking it.
Yeah, really impressive. Glow had all those cards, but they were like passed through a fine mesh sieve to like take out all the interaction because everybody else, because they already had to cast them. So inevitably, even though you've got that many cards, the likelihood of there being enough interaction just wasn't there. And as we saw, they actually did draw the mental misstep, but too late, unfortunately. They drew it afterwards. So it's a little sad. But I mean, Team Dynamite, great patience. Keeping a hand that, I mean, when we were looking at it, we were a bit worried that it wasn't going to have enough to do, but was patient enough, knew their openings, and manages to clinch it out, and picks up first place here. A really impressive performance to take the first Chaos Pantheon tournament. I mean, that's a pretty big dub.
For sure. What's the prize here for them? They get qualified in the EU Championships, right?
I think so. I forgot to check the information before we went live because I kind of jumped in a little early. Don't fire me, please. I need my job. I'm trying to like check information. I'm literally trying to like grab up the tournament.
Let's pretend like we know.
Yeah, we do.
And say that they get. No, actually, let's not do that. But yeah, I think that they do. But in either case, it was a really cool finals to see. All of the clown effects and all of the misses and just the explosive finish, finding the right line and putting the pieces together there at the end. What an interesting point. Do you think that they had the dockside and just had the discipline to not play the dockside into all of these clone tribal decks?
I mean, if you don't have anything to do with it, and if you didn't have enough like ways to protect, and you were fighting into that Niv Mizzet, I think you don't bother, right? There's no point in putting yourself in a threatening position where you really don't need to be. And maybe they drew it. Maybe they had the Cloudstone Curio in hand and they had needed the dockside. It could have been the other way around, keep in mind. And I mean, that would also make sense why they played out. I mean, they needed the mana anyway. Why they played out the Fibbage to maybe get some mana, to bait out ways to remove as well. I think it was just general kind of good patience and understanding of your win cons coming out from Team Dynamite, and I'm very impressed.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. Do we have any like last words to say about this? Do we have an interview with the player?
Yeah, I was going to ask as well. Normally we do. Normally we have an interview, but I don't know. That hurt guy. He's not all there, you know.
Snuske just noted in the chat, by the way, that the I guess road towards the EU Championships works the way that you gain points and there's a cutoff by the end, which so there's a cutoff depending on how many points you're gathered. Then if you have over the top 16 players, or I don't know exactly how many, but The top players will gain an invite towards the European Championships in November in Portugal.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be great.
Yes. So yeah. So basically, this event you get points and you get some kind of leadership, scorecard to check who wins.
I'm
This
glad the
doesn't.
player has come in to tell us how the tournament is being run.
Yeah. Because
That's great. That's great.
I would probably love to go to Lisbon. I have traveled a lot, but never been in Portugal.
Yeah, it's sick,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah,
It looks
yeah.
cool in pictures. I've seen pictures. It looks beautiful place. Also,
Yeah.
place on CDH in there with the best players of Europe. It's gonna be super cool. It's gonna be amazing. Yeah, really looking forward to seeing more of these players. Yeah, being top 4 probably gets you a lot of much needed points towards the bracket and getting a top cut there. So
Yeah.
very cool.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
talking about that, obviously picking up the win here. I mean, my first things first. Obviously, we saw a lot of interesting decks right in the final. What kind of led you to playing Clue Farm, right?
Clue Farm.
Whatever
Yeah.
you, if you call it something
Yeah.
else, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. This is actually Best Friends Farm, but yeah. I have played this years, not years, but probably 1 year, and I think this was first time I played this in tournament. I'm not totally sure, but I think.
I honestly
What
surprised you managed
what
to pick up the win.
Yeah, for sure. It was a great win. Sorry for not recognizing that it was you. You sounded like one of the TOs when you had all this knowledge about how the tournament works. I was like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
this is the player. I see. Congrats, man. That was a
Thank you.
great game. Perfect,
Thank you. Yeah.
perfectly executed win.
And the
Uh,
thing is why I ended up with uh, Pure Novernok instead of Timnak Ram, which is probably a stronger deck. But I kind of like the idea that uh, usually there is a Timnak Ram in the pod, and all the eyes are on that deck because it's the top deck, and you can kind of come behind and get the win through that. And also the win condition on command zone. I like that also.
It's like, for example, you've got the you wouldn't hit a little guy, right? You wouldn't hit the funny deck at the table. Obviously your deck's not funny. It's playing four of the best colors in four colors in Magic, right? And it's got access to just the same card pool as Timnak Krom. So you cannot put disrespect on that deck.
Yeah. I think you need to kind of mulligan harder with this deck because Vernok is a card advantage, but it's really expensive.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask, like, how scared were you going up against two teamer decks as Clue Farm in this final spot? What was going like through your head with mulligans and like just your general reaction to the pod,
Well, to be honest, when I finish at the semifinals, to a little bit background of me, I have 3 kids and I'm always tired. And after semifinals, I went sleep, by accident. And I woke up and asked my fiance that, oh my God, do I have to play? Is it already going or something? Because when you are a parent, you are always sleepy. So I didn't have time to think about the opponents too much, but I didn't know these decks too well, to be honest, and I haven't played that long.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But weren't you scared of? Because like when I think of teamer, I think of like a very them having a very easy access to having dockside, whether that's through like a Eldritch Evolution or like with Whirly Tutor, or like you have the clone effects for other dockside decks.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the answer to that question was that like you were way too tired to even consider the fact that they were playing teamer, right?
Yeah. Probably the biggest thing was that waiting for the window to win was that I need guys with green to tap out so they don't have to posage you for the Cloudstone or
Yeah.
Underworld.
Yeah, for sure.
That's probably the like first thing when you see the green decks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but you managed to avoid that pretty well, right?
Yeah, I was very happy to see lots of interaction in my opening hand, and I think I didn't have too much. Wait, I think I had like one tutor and interaction, little bit
Yeah.
mana, and Archivist was my card draw engine. So I was so happy to see like good opening 7 to go for.
Okay, so what was in your opening hand? Because we were kind of discussing that a little bit, like what you
Uh,
had in your starting 7.
I think it was Land Sol Ring, Archivist for draw, and tutor if I need to get that dockside, fix my mana, and I think the rest was interaction. Yeah.
So you had a Limdul's Vault, right? And what else did you?
Yeah, this is too hard at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah. Sorry.
Right.
It's so
No, you're
late.
good.
Yeah,
You're good.
yeah,
You
yeah,
already explained that you
yeah,
were a
yeah,
father of 3, so
yeah,
it's okay.
yeah.
It's understandable. But yeah,
Yeah.
very, very well played game. It was nice to see you navigate that final turn and whatever else. Was a great game.
Yeah. It was yeah. Navigate is a good word with the 2 nif misses on the table.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So question is, how are you going to how are you gonna juggle Portugal and having 3 kids? What's going
Well,
through your head?
well, I used to travel a lot. I used to compete in sports, so it's no new to travel, and usually either my fiance or relatives take care of the kids at that point, and
Okay.
that's no problem.
Yeah.
But
So
I
so
think
you're not bringing the kids to Portugal?
no, I don't think so. No,
Okay.
definitely no. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's gonna be vacation if we get to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That sounds
I
good.
yeah. Actually, I have to say, it was nice to see that you guys put the European uh, championships on because I was taking a break at playing like last year, and when I saw this, I came back. I think I had like 20 training games before this tournament,
Oh
and
wow.
yeah, but this was reason to come back, play in the tournament.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
It's like
I'm
yeah, go
completely
ahead,
in
man.
agreement. Sorry, I keep on cutting you off, Furlough. But you go ahead.
No. It's me, man. It's not you. But yeah, it's like 20 games. That's uh usually how I would like to go into a tournament. It just like thinking from my perspective, it's like I would like to play a deck that I have played so many games that like I can't even count them. So I
Yeah.
have like I've dealt with other scenarios that I probably will get into, and I like can do that with confidence, so it's not like draining. How
Oh
was the Swiss rounds for you?
yeah.
Like,
Don't
was
don't
it?
don't don't get me wrong. I used to play this before. This was the deck that I was playing. Uh, but
Yeah.
coming
All
back
right. Yeah.
after the break, so I took 20 games. I actually have a list here about my games, and
Wow.
it was mostly losses at first. But then when I got hold of it, I started winning and ended up. Let's see. I think my win percent was over 50 at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's great.
because
That's great.
yeah, I used to be an athlete, so I'm used to like record stuff for myself, you know. If you do something,
Yeah.
you do it well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems
You're
like
used
keeping
to,
track of all
like-
that information is like pretty helpful. I mean, a lot of people have really rigid structure, and I think that often helps people really improve as well, right?
Yeah. And I also put notes here, like when I lost it with my own necropotence couple of times, I cut it, you know.
No.
Yes,
Put it back in.
I did have it, but I did cut it because I was so bad with that.
Wait, is it in there now though?
It
Oh
wasn't
my
there now.
god.
Yeah,
No, put it back in, man.
yeah.
Follows
think-
You're gonna be stopped at the border of Portugal if you don't have a necropotence in there. You
Yeah,
need to put
yeah.
it back in.
Might
It's
be.
that's unholy. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
No, I'm sorry. I can see it's a very difficult hard card to like navigate and like
Yeah,
there's
definitely.
so many decision points that you need to
Yeah, and for
assess.
example, Born is like new card, and I'm still trying to get hold of that. And
Mhm.
I think what else is new? I'm trying this Hullbreaker also here.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
actually my like sneaky line at last game because I discarded Hullbreaker and I do run Reanimate in the deck,
Ooh.
so you might
Mm.
get that. You know, yeah, nobody
Yeah.
expects Reanimate in blue form.
Yeah.
I think it's a really
No.
good card because you can target your opponent's stuff as well, and
Yeah.
they really are sleeping on it.
Yeah,
Um,
Ranger
I-
captains and stuff.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. For sure.
Yeah.
What's yeah. Another interesting card is like Clever Impersonator. How's that been doing for you?
Yeah, that's super sweet. Nobody knows that card. But
What-
I
What's the
I
reason there?
I will continue playing it because it combos with the Cloudstone.
Mhm.
Because for example, Phyrexia Metamorph is artifact, you cannot use that. So
Yeah.
Personator combos with that, and it has been for example, has been like heuristic study and dockside, and it can be
I
whatever.
didn't realize it was non-land permanent. I honestly, I've seen Clever Impersonator so many times, but I always assumed it was just creature.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You
That's
can get
really
whatever
good.
you want. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
So
I think that's really cool.
yeah, never seen anybody play it so, but I like it in this list because of the combo potential.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, on the whole, a really cool list. And if you guys want to have a look at it, you can have a look. We posted the information in the chat. You can check the top deck as well. All the information should be there. We'll likely put it on our Twitter/X. I think it's technically called now. Later on, so you guys should be able to see that one. And yeah, thank you all very, very much for coming and watching, and for everyone who played. Obviously, Dynamite in particular. For picking up that win. Very impressive performance, especially with those kids and that little sleep, I assume, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you to her and the rest of the casters, including Furlough, for running everything. And hopefully, fingers crossed, I don't have access to the admin chats that are relevant to this, but we'll get another Pantheon tournament coming soon. I'd be really excited for it.